Hey, yo, what's up? This is Dr. Lariat. I got with me here one of the one of the most promising big boys out there on the independent wrestling scene. I got with me from Oaktown, from East Oakland, specifically East Oakland. I got with me Alpha Zoe. Bro, you're gonna be down in SoCal for some stuff, right?
Yeah, for in Chino, July 17th, I'll be at Winter Circle Pro. August 29th, I will be at Epic Pro at Baldwin Park. So those are the two shows you can catch me at pretty soon.
Yeah. I, that's actually close to where I'm from. I'm from SoCal. Baldwin Park is actually that's where my Lola was at. That's where I would spend all my
Mm,
weekends. Yeah, and obviously pro wrestling has always been big here in SoCal. It's always been, and it's always nice to have, uh, you know, Bay Area dudes come down here, get some work in. Who are you working on? What's the big match on that you're gonna be working?
well, at Winter Circle is to be announced right now, but at Epic Pro, me and Bad Dude Tito are going to be running them ones. Over there in Baldwin Park. We were the first match announced for the new venue. So it's
Yo,
gonna be Alphazo versus Bad Dude Tito. For the first
Alpha
time,
Zo,
1-on-1.
yo, that's a clash of kaijus. Baldwin Park, I've seen my fair amount of scraps over in Baldwin Park. Shout out to Sierra Vista High School. But I got Alpha Zo here. I know I'm looking forward to that match because not only is Alpha Zo one of my favorite talents right now on the independents, we got
Why
Bad Dude
thank you.
Tito doing big things out here in the world of wrestling. MLW, CMLL, New Japan Pro Wrestling, and not to underrate my Mozo here. He's always he's working all the independents out there. The West Coast Pro. You might have even seen this dude work Marvelous and Noah. That's right. He was in the Emerald Ring, my dude. That's
Hmm.
we got a couple of we got a couple of two Japanese experienced wrestlers here about to go out of here in my small town of Baldwin Park. Again, Chino Hills on July 17th, and we got Baldwin Park over in August 29th. I'm looking forward to seeing you those days, man. This is phenomenal stuff, and shout out to you. Hope that 6 hour drive from the Bay ain't too bad. I always want to ask
Shit.
this, like when you drive down, right? What's your pit stop food like before you like hit LA? Like what's your like thing that you stop at to like get something to eat?
To be honest, I just get protein chips and protein, anything protein based, and water and
Hey,
an energy drink. I don't really
hey,
actually like buy food. Sometimes I actually bring my meal prep with me. So
hey, that's professional wrestling. That's some healthiness right there. But yeah, thank you, man. I can't wait to see you, bro. Again, that's gonna be July 17th and August 29th. Come out, come out to Chino, come out to Baldwin Park,
slide.
see your boy Alpha Zoe,
Slide.
watch him hit that lariat, that side. Oh
Mm.
man, talk about one of the
Sidewinder.
best lariats and really the sidewinder. This man here, gotta love it. All right, thanks, Zoe.
No problem, dog.
Hello. So this is Dr. Larry. I had just finished watching the title change, the big title change that happened. Yes, the Street Profits have lost the world. No, They lost the world titles to the division. What I'm actually talking about is, of course, the big, huge world title change, the biggest title change this week on AEW Dynamite. It's live from St. Pete, Clearwater, Florida. The cleaner, the best bout machine, the wrestling god, Kenny by God Omega, has won the AEW World Heavyweight Championship from Maxwell Jacob Friedman. God has overcome the devil just like all these other times. And, you know, you get a lot of feelings at this. And some things happen and you don't really expect it. I kept being told by a lot of trusted people that why do you think that the pay-per-view that was created
created
for exactly
for
this
exactly this
AEW
AEW
Redemption
redemption.
was happening. And I have with me my good mate. What's up, Teeg? The American-born Australian. How you doing, brother? Oh, um, I cannot actually hear you.
She hear you.
Oh, well, he's gonna join us back again. But I had some takes from my friend Leaf, all the way from Canada. He actually bought tickets to go to Montreal, and actually, he is very disappointed with this result because he wished to have seen the world
The
title
world
change
title
hands in front
change
of him
hands in front of him
for
for
redemption.
redemption.
Uh, he believes
He
that the
believes
redemption
that the
card
redemption card
was created so that Kenny Omega could win in Canada. But and he's pretty disappointed that he didn't get to see that live. You know, they're doing about the shows on the 25th, so that's in about 16 days or less, and they've only sold 5,000 tickets for an arena that usually for wrestling and the big stage holds about 14,000. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Join me,
Oh yeah,
Teague.
for the
What's up, man?
redemption show. Not too
All
bad.
the
You just chilling at work.
I'm doing
It's quiet,
I'm
so
doing good, man. Yeah, the people who I talked to who bought the tickets for Redemption are so mad right now. I'm like, brother, I understand that you're mad, but hey, you know,
yeah,
might get a more interesting match in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. You know, you
yeah.
might get
I
something
could
that's a little
see
bit
if
more.
you're. I think if you're expecting the match, I could see being a little disappointed if you're expecting a certain match, but it wasn't
Yeah,
advertised at this stage as Kenny MJF, so it's
yeah,
not. I it can't really say. Oh, they're not getting a match they were told they were. They've just kind of hinted at it so far. And it still could end up being that match.
yeah. They because like the my buddy Leaf, he wrote like they were selling this Redemption all but on the guarantee of the MJF Kenny Omega main event, and he feels like ripped off, and it's you know he's just
I think
really
it's on them to sort of clear up what the match will be as soon as possible.
yeah,
Like
yeah, because
I think they'll still get a Kenny Omega match, which is still going to be probably great. But
yeah, yeah. My buddy Leaf says he was so down when Kenny lost in Vancouver because I guess he also went to the Vancouver so to watch Kenny Omega beat MJF,
yeah,
and
yeah,
he keeps buying these tickets to go
yeah.
watch
So
Kenny
yeah,
Omega win the world title. It's very funny. But I do feel like for those guys, but you know, it's more interesting to me. And
yeah.
honestly, we saw like a
Like
title change earlier, like on Monday, uh,
yeah,
where Mr. Phil TRT Punk actually won the belt from Sami Zayn, and you know, the whole talk after that was like, Sammy's not a main eventer, blah blah blah. CM Punk can't move. And then tonight I saw Chris Jericho move better than CM Punk has ever moved in the last 5 years.
Yeah,
And then
100%.
and then Omega and MJF have like a main event that completely destroys that. And then
Oh,
earlier, if I
they
wanted
put
to
a
see
pay-per-view
two
match
Sami Zayn's
on,
wrestle, dude, this was they had a couple of good. This was like three matches that could have been a pay-per-view, like four matches actually, because
and
the
they did
opening
it
match with,
outside in Florida in like feels like 98-degree weather with 80% plus humidity. Like,
which is insane. It's insane. I I thought the opening match was really damn good. Ciampa's been one of the best gets from the WWE, and I think their combined age, Jericho and Ciampa's combined age, is still less than CM Punk and
Yeah,
Sami
so
Zayn.
Teeg, man, what did you think of Champa and Jericho?
I thought it was an excellent opener for tonight. Jericho's been pretty well killing it since he's been back. His bits can be a little annoying at times
Yeah.
still, but as far as in ring, he's delivering probably better than he has since I started watching AEW, which was around when he was feuding with MJF.
Yeah, I absolutely, I thought he brought it, the physicality. I love the sneaky things that he did in this match. Them fighting up on the set, that's cool. I really love the set pieces for here too. The sand and the lifeguard chair, and we'll see those being used like later on. Pretty fun match. Jericho has some of the best physicality in wrestling, in really good shape, able to move unlike some other guys that I watched this week. But Ciampa's one of those guys who was a steal from WWE, like an absolute steal. This is a guy who I was very down on the why they being a bit. And of course, he's such a talented wrestler that he proves me wrong. And I feel, I'll gladly eat those words. And of course, we had that followed up with, as you said, in something else, that two guys that I would love to see fight for the next 2 decades, Kyle Fletcher and Nosuke Takeshita. Absolute banger of a match, man. I just I love all the generico haluva kicks, the brain buster, the blue thunder bomb. These two have absolutely great chemistry, and it was just a sight to see.
Yeah, that chemistry is pretty incredible. They're still so young. The spot on the apron, it's just like the trust they'd have to have in each other to pull that off is big stuff.
Yeah, the B driver into the wheelbarrow suplex. That's an insane amount of trust and strength by by Takeshita. These two were showing off a lot of their strength because these are not two small boys; they're two big boys. And Takeshita gets a win with the big turnbuckle brainbuster a la El Generico, and it was great to hear. Great to hear Excalibur make the brainbuster call. And I think that these two are two of the best examples of young talent in this company. We'll talk about the young talent and like relatively young because, 31, 26, 27. Like I'm talking about the Kyle Fletchers, the Konosuke Takeshitas. Will Ospreay's only 33. Hangman's only 34. Swerve's only 34. MJF's only 29. Darby's like 31. And then you got Kevin Knight at 28. And geez, this is
Yeah,
some of the best talent. Hologram's not even, I think Hologram's like only 24 years old. like, uh, you've got Dorada's like only 24. This is an insane amount of
yeah.
talent you
I
got.
think in the women's side,
Yeah, on the women's side too, Maya
my
World.
world, who just put on her in her first pay-per-view match, and some things couldn't have gone worse for her with her gear, her wig, but she
Yeah,
still pulled off an excellent match. And she had probably the best women's wrestler out of America ever. in
Yeah.
Mercedes as her partner, but still, like that,
Yeah,
you
that
can't
was.
do a wrestling match. Well,
It
some
takes
people
two to
can't have a
tango.
good match against the broomstick, but
Yeah, yeah.
still,
Um, yeah, we were talking about like the set pieces earlier, like the lifeguard chair, and we saw it used here in the women's casino gauntlet. Mercedes, of course. Well, first comes out Tekla looking cool as Tekla does for the dumb beaches out there, and we see Mercedes sitting on the lifeguard chair, looking pretty cool. This match was awesome. I was surprised that of course, the big return was Willow Nightingale coming back after her shoulder injury, to win this casino gauntlet. And I was surprised that she was coming back this soon, but it was a pretty fun match, as these always are. You know, it's chaotic. People get their stuff in, and Willow gets to win with the babe with the power bomb on Julia Hart. And afterwards, we see the Divine Dominion come in as the henchwomen for Mercedes Monet, and Monet takes out Tekla and Willow. And there's no bad choice here to fight Mercedes at All In. I am interested in either one. Like I would definitely love to see. I would love to see Willow win the world title. That would be great. But there's a part of me that's like, Tekla is not finished yet. And a feud between Tekla and Mercedes, who are two very huge personalities, and Tekla has some of the best mic skills in AEW. That's something that together, and I believe like they have this ring skills to like have some of the that's something that's getting me salivating, and I really want to watch Tekla and Mercedes. Where are you on that, man?
yeah, I think Tech was definitely not done, but I also they probably don't bring Willow back until after All In, unless they're sending it all in with the title.
Yeah,
In my
yeah,
mind, is yeah, but I think all these women are still pretty young, and yeah, they don't have long careers, and I get why they would want to bring Willow back for All In, because I think she's the biggest baby face they've got on the roster on that side with
absolutely.
Tony being gone. So, and I think the
Yeah,
match dynamic as it sits now with the alignments and everything is probably better with Willow than with Tekla, but I will still see that other match doing around
yeah.
that business.
Yeah, I mean, I hope they don't go the triple threat route. Triple threat would seem more like an all out kind of match, an all in kind of match. But they like to get as many bodies on the show as possible, so this might be one of the ones that could change into a triple threat if they wanted to. And I wouldn't mind it. I wouldn't mind it, honestly. Uh, the main event was probably the biggest surprise. Well, not that the main event was a surprise because they announced it like at the pay per view, like not at the pay. They announced it they announced it right at the pay per view that if Kenny Omega will want to challenge for the world title, and MJF gave him that dynamic, and of course MJF ends up losing the world title to Kenny Omega in a pretty good match. I give it like a 7 out of 10. Uh, Kenny's done some pretty insane stuff this year with Andrade, with some really great matches with Swerve, two of them, man. I I think that MJF has also had a better match this year, particularly the match with Hangman and then the second match with Darby. And the match last week with Mark was really great. I really liked that match with Mark. Both of them tried their heart on that, and this match is pretty good. Uh, I was kept being told by everybody, hi Trish, about Redemption was being made so that Kenny Omega can win the belt in Canada and be redeemed. We even had the promo from MJF saying redemption all over it. How do you feel about them doing the match here instead of at redemption? Because I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all.
Yeah, like, I think it's one of those part is always subject to change scenarios, I think.
Yeah.
I think you've got, an injured concern here with MJF. And I don't think that's the only factor. Otherwise, I think they would have just stretched it out, done the match at Redemption. But I think this lets you, gives the Kenny Run a little bit longer to cook, as long as he's healthy enough to be on TV every week. Hopefully he is.
Yeah. Also,
I think,
oh, go ahead, Matt. Sorry.
yeah, you've got a lot of good heel opponents that can challenge for the world title between now and All In as well. Swerve would be probably at the top of that list after their match earlier this year.
I would love
That
Swerve.
makes sense to be the redemption match now to me.
Yeah. Ricochet seems like a good match also. That'd be an insane match to have. You know, he did beat Andrade, right? Did he beat Andrade? Or am I misremembering that? No,
I don't remember exactly.
I don't think he beat Andrade.
Andrade.
I think Andrade beat him, and then that's how. Oh, never mind. Yeah, that was the Revolution tournament. So long ago.
I think Andrade's probably still pointed at MJF for now, if MJF's still around. But I think you can do the Andrade match at Grand Slam Mexico if it is going to be a Kenny match.
Yeah, there's also like, the match you were saying about a match with Kyle Fletcher, or like the matches with Kevin Knight. A Kevin Knight match at Redemption would be pretty good. Honestly, you could do anything with Kenny, and like I try to run this because they've been doing this where the guys have been doing TV title defenses, and I think that's really interesting to like give these guys more of a run with the belt as opposed to like PPV to PPV. It's pretty interesting. It's a little bit old school, it's weird for me to call the 90s old school because they would do those title shots in the 90s. I think AEW totally stole the show from WWE with the Punk title win. I think they totally ran away with it, not just because the Punk match sucked, because it sucked. And that there's a lot of like people who hated it because people wanted Sammy to be champion. But I also think people really wanted Kenny Omega to be champion, and it's really nice to give the audience what they want. And that's why I don't mind this. I don't mind this at all. And you were saying something about, what do you think that the Redemption main event has changed to? Or do you think they just run back MJF and Kenny?
I think the biggest match they could do redemption-wise would be revisiting Kenny Swerve, because Swerve, wrote him off TV for a solid month and a half, and they did a big return after Kenny came back after that. Unfortunately, Swerve hasn't been around as much as I'd like this year either, but I still think that's probably the biggest loss Kenny's had outside of the MJF title loss.
Yeah, I was also, I'm very interested to see what they do with AEW Grand Slam in Mexico City, because that show, just like this one in Montreal, is sitting at 5K. This show in Montreal is sitting at 5K with the show in about 2 weeks. I don't think they go past 10K. Usually WWE does about 14K in this arena. So, they brought in the Rougeaus, who are big draws in Montreal. So don't know if that really does bring people to the arena to see like, oh, here's a Montreal ceremony for the Rougeau brothers and the Rougeau family. I'm not sure if that'll do anything for it. But we don't know the matches yet. I mean, do we know the matches? Was there one match announced? I think, no, wait, that was, Bailey and Davis was announced for Collision, not for no, that would have been a good match for Redemption, because Bailey is from Montreal. That's just weird. But I do wonder where they go with for AEW Grand Slam, then Andrade's front and center, and Andrade versus Kenny, that would be a big match. And delivering Kenny, and I don't think Kenny's ever wrestled in Arena, Mexico. Like, he has wrestled in
Not,
Mexico. Yeah, he has wrestled in
yeah, not that
Mexico.
I know of.
Yeah, he's wrestled in Mexico and in Mexico City, but he was wrestling as a Triple A champion. And so this would be a big get for them. And that would probably be something that drives people to go watch the show is some big match like that. And
Yeah, I think
I
so.
wasn't thinking about that until you brought it up. I was like, wait, that would be something that people would go to Mexico City for. And they are charging WWE TKO prices for these tickets in Mexico City. I believe we did the math, and that was like about 7 times the cost of like a usual Super Viernes card. And that's a
Yeah,
lot to ask from the locals, which is, I don't think they're trying to get locals for this, but, uh, yeah, they want to get a certain level of fan to attend this. And in Mexico
yeah, I
City,
think they'll get a lot of fly-ins.
yeah, I think that's what they're going to try to do is try to get the tourists to come in. And,
And I think with the run CMLL been on, like I saw they already surpassed their sellout record from last year.
the 2 million
If
tickets from
you
last year.
announce the right,
Yeah.
if you announce the right CMLL talent, I think you'll still get the higher end, at least, of their fans at this show too.
Yeah, because they already sold Aniversario, and I think Lucha Kingdom, that's their card with New Japan, it is sold out. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that goes. Also, Triple Mania in Mexico City was sold out. So very interesting. And also, I'm very interested to see the reaction for Will Ospreay in Mexico City. I'm very interested to see what kind of reaction he gets. Cause, like the whole last week of no inglés, all those chants in Arena, Mexico, that was crazy. That was crazy.
Yeah. Anyway, it's been good chatting. I've got to jot on now, so I don't know if I can.
Yeah.
Probably won't
That,
be any good audio quality.
yeah,
Uh, but yeah,
that's good, man.
but yeah. Last thoughts. I think it's I think moving Kenny's win out makes more exciting TV wise.
Absolutely.
Like, it's all been very predictable that everything leading up to redemption and then all in. I get this throws a lot of it into question, which makes it more exciting for me as a viewer anyway.
Absolutely. And Teeg, thank you for coming here. You can follow Teeg on Blue Sky. The link will be in the episode description. Thank you, Teeg, for coming on, man.
Salute scenes.
My pleasure. Thanks for
And
having me.
yeah. Thank you for coming on, Teague. And we have so much to go through on this show. We not only have uh, Fantasticamania, we not only have a live event breakdown of AEW Night of AEW Forbidden Door. Sorry, AEW CMLL New Japan Pro Wrestling and Stardom present Forbidden Door with Jeremy Finestone, who attended live and has a pretty cool story about meeting one Mr. Anthony Rafiq Khan. We also have, of course, a breakdown on NXT Great American Bash. We have a nice little update on when we talked about the Night of Champions. Uh, Joining us, of course, also on this show is Lauren, Matt, Jeremy. I have someone debuting here called Bunnie. They and Justin and Arturo, we go through the Fantasticamania card and we kind of talk about the relationships from CMLL and New Japan juxtaposed to the New Japan and AEW partnership and the CMLL AEW partnership. We also, of course, talk about the upcoming G1 with the big show in Los Angeles happening this weekend on July 11th. live in Chicago. Pretty decent amount of stuff here. And if you want to listen to that, please listen. We have a lot going on here. The best is yet to come. And yeah, enjoy.
Hello, hey guys. So I have with me here Tom Fleming, comic book artist, cover artist, comic book trading card artist. You may have seen his work on heavy metal. You might have seen his work on Marvel and DC Comics. You might have seen his work on wrestlers such as Razor Ramon. Tom, great to have you here.
No, thank you. It's great to be here.
So you're gonna be at an event at the end of July, right?
Yep. GalaxyCon Raleigh. It's been my staple show. It's my closest show that I do to where I live in Wilmington, North Carolina, and I look forward to it every year, and they take really good care of us.
Absolutely. What can people look for on that show that you're gonna bring?
So at that show, that's one of my, that's my full setup. I have everything from my framed G Clay canvases to prints on photo luster paper, my full line of superhero, Marvel, DC, and fantasy art. So yeah, it's pretty much everything. My full line of everything, including some original art. Sometimes I even bring the legendary original art for the 93 Survivor Series, the one that we spoke of in the interview with Lex Luger. I still have those paintings, so sometimes I put them on display also.
I love this stuff. I love this stuff. And where can people go again? This is going to be the Raleigh Comic Con?
Yeah, this is GalaxyCon Raleigh.
Right.
And they're all over social media. So if you want more information, just go on Facebook or Instagram and stuff, and they do daily posts on all the artists and media guests.
Okay. And if people wanted to follow you and like see your art, where can people do that?
Okay, the TomFlemingArtwork.com is the website. Tom Fleming Art on Facebook, or Tom Fleming, but you would have to send me a friend request. And then on Instagram, it would be Tom Fleming Art on Instagram, and then I have my Etsy and eBay stores with my full line of prints.
Excellent stuff. So that's GalaxyCon in Raleigh. That's where people can find you at the end of July.
Yep.
All right. Thank you so much, Tom.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm cool. I'm feeling alive. Don't get caught on my phone trying to kill my vibe. Bitch, I work too hard to get this block. I'm feeling good to that, 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 good to that. I'm feeling good to that, 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 good to that.
Hey. Hey kids, this is Dr. Lariat. I'm so sorry. I was about to do my Krusty the Clown. Hey.
Hey, that's not good.
That's not
What's
good.
the comedy classic? Ugh.
So I'm interviewing Matt here for this review show. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I mean, on this review show, there is a lot of "what the hell was that" moments.
Yeah.
As we talk, as you'll hear Doc and various people, including myself, we talk TNA, we talk NXT, the Great American Battle, and we talk AEW Indoor.
We also talk WWE Night of Champions. We talk CMLL and New Japan present Fantasticamania. We also talk Stardom, The Convergence.
and one of the house shows done by Sendai Girls for their 20th anniversary run.
Nice.
And you might have wished for more than you bargained for. Because there's a lot here to listen to. Anyway, so, enjoy all these reviews. We have so many people on here. So many people from this prescription universe. So many people from, from Fight Game Media Network. We got Jeremy Feinstone. We got Lauren. We have Dee on here. We have making their debut on any kind of podcast, Bunnie. Friend of the show, Justin CKW, is on here. Yeah. Yes, he is. And also, Arturo makes a run in to talk about the G1. There's a lot here to get into, not just WWE and AEW, because there's more wrestling out there than what's on American TV. So yeah, enjoy this huge mega review show. And we catch this as we have Worker and what was that? Worker and Parasite. Enjoy.
Yeah.
What the hell was that?
What the hell was that?
Oh no, and then there were three. So hello, welcome there, ladies, gentlemen, non-binaries, however you identify. Welcome to the Mega Review Show. On this show, you are going to hear reviews for WWE Night of Champions, WWE Great American Bash, TNA Slammiversary, CMLL New Japan Fantasticamania, Stardom The Convergence, and Sendai Girls 20th Anniversary Tour. Yes, we pack a lot on this one, but who better to open than with a couple of people who I love to hear talk. I got three members of the commentary booth here, and we're going to be fast on this. I have with me Jane, Dee,
Hey.
and the newest member, the AJ of the group, Lauren.
Hello.
You guys, you could decide among yourselves who's the Nick, who's the Brian,
Oh, please don't be Nick
who's
or
the
Brian.
Kevin.
They're not
Oh
great
no,
these days.
maybe.
I
Yeah,
don't know who
maybe.
any of these men are.
Yeah,
I'm
you
sorry.
remember
I
the
was
good
born in
choices.
the
Not my
late
thing.
90s.
Yeah.
Yeah, the good choices is probably Kevin or Howie,
Yeah.
and really, it's probably just Howie.
Honestly, Kevin's pretty
But
great.
Kevin's cool. I like it. I like that
In
he
his
has that
Broadway, he's great.
yeah. Oh, dude, I love that he plays drums with his kids. That's always cool to me. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like I am also a Backstreet Boys fan, also an NSYNC fan. Just in case my wife's listening to this, I like them equally. Okay, anyway, but we're here to talk Forbidden Door. Also, just to make Dee feel better. I am also really into Static X. I'm really into I'm really into the industrial music that there is out there. So if you find me with nose piercings and Doc Martens, that is also my vibe. But I'm a varied individual. I also like the locks. So and locks and bagels. So anyway, we're talking, of course, here. We're gonna open up. We're opening up with Forbidden Door 2026, presented, of course, by New Japan Pro Wrestling, Consejo Mundial Lucha Libre, Stardom Wondering, and All Elite Wrestling. It was happening on Sunday. A card that came together last week on Saturday, and it's happening. I think that if you watch, because there was this really stupid conversation that I was having like the other day about this show. All I said was, if you watch
the pay-per-views and that's all you watch, it's much less frustrating because you're just coming in as like a tourist. Whereas if you're watching this show weekly, it's very, very frustrating because you're like, but why is this happening? What happened? But if you're just jumping in and like, hey, wrestling, AEW pay-per-views, never a bad time. Never really a bad time. Sometimes it can get a little long, and I know my East Coast people out there. You said this ended at about 12:30 last night, which
Yeah,
Too
12:30.
long.
that's not that's not too good. I
No.
I believe that pay-per-views should be 3 hours long,
Dude,
but
if it
with
was like
them
if it was a
yeah,
Saturday, I'd be fine. But no,
Not on
it had to be
Sunday.
on a Sunday. That's
I miss
bro,
the
why?
Saturday pay-per-views. I miss the afternoon pay-per-views. That said, I have
Yes.
nothing to
oh,
complain
so
about.
good.
I am, well, I work from home, but really I am currently jobless and up at weird hours anyway because of chronic pain and
Hey,
disability and stuff. So I didn't
Oh,
have a problem with it, but I respect that other people do have to work in the morning.
yes. It
yeah,
was wild.
It is crazy. I also feel like it's like self-sabotaging because I will say like Swerve Ospreay, I'm sure it was a good match, but around like the 20-minute mark, I was like, okay, wrap it up now, boys. Wrap it up.
oh
You're
man,
really good at your jobs, but it's
yeah,
nothing good happens after 12 a.m.
yeah, oh man,
I used to think that
that's
after
true.
12 a.m. was the only time I could do any quality writing or drawing. It turns out that is not the case. I was just unmedicated ADHD teenager. But
Oh,
again, it flew by for me. But again, I recognize that I am on a different circadian schedule than the vast majority of people.
right.
Yeah.
Oh God.
But I'm just, yeah, I'm introducing a soundboard here. I'm experimenting, but I do think that there, okay. I am saying that there is a specific time that I'm used to for pay-per-views. If you're like me and you're old-timey, damn, I'm saying old-timey, yeah, but if you're an old-timer like me who's been watching wrestling since the 90s, 3 hours, sometimes 2 hours and 40 minutes, you're in and out is good. The action just like starts. You get the little preview video. These 5 hour shows, if you watch Puro, like if you watch like Stardom or Sendai Girls or New Japan or DDT or Dragon Gate, they usually have like a 30-minute intermission within their 5 hour show for the audience to take a break, buy merchandise, all that stuff. I don't know if they can do it on with these AEW reviews because I think that's what the musical performances or a long promo segment would usually be covering as the intermission. But 5 hours on a Sunday is too long. Why not just start earlier? Like the afternoon pay-per-view, like All In last year, I started over here like about like 10 o'clock here on the West Coast, I think, because it was like 1 o'clock start time, which was pretty darn good. I like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that makes a lot more sense.
it was also nice selfishly because I could try to invite people over and they would leave, we could day drink and then they could leave at a reasonable time instead of, they're getting home at 1 a.m.
Yeah. See, that's people have things to do. I get the concept of FOMO, but here's the thing: the older you get, the more you prize the concept of sleep. And every single hour that wrestling, which is my love, it's like every hour that my love takes from me. I'm borrowing against daytime D here, and daytime D was running on a deficit of at least a couple hours. I slept about maybe 4 hours, but Yeah.
No.
Still.
You can really sell Tony Khan books for Tony Khan, because I'm sure his ideal situation is just really banger 5 hours of matches. And I get this and I appreciate this, Tony, but Tony, some of us do not have billionaire parents. Tony, some of us work real jobs. Tony.
And some of us actually are medicated for for our things. So no, we have a regulated circadian rhythm.
Yeah.
Don't put us on your cycle, my boy. What is wrong with you? How did you find that? No, he knows exactly why he did it.
Hey, we're talking about Watch FM here. It's the Filipino Stevie B. Well, anyway, I think that us being of advanced age as elder millennials here with a young zillennial, young X here, and young Gen Z person here in Jane. But we all have the professional lives. I'm on the West Coast, so it ended at about 9:30. So I ended up watching House of the Dragon after, which was pretty. I'm trying it. I'm trying House of the Dragon. Every time I listen to your guys' show, you start off with what you guys consumed in the week, and it takes all of my strength to not hit the mic and be like, well, as because I don't want to invade the space. Although I kind of feel it feels a little bit like I'm on the outside of a really good conversation, and I want to jump in, and I feel like I could jump in, but it's not my space, and I just want to commend people. If you guys want to listen to some really, really good talk, listen to the commentary booth with these 3 wonderful women and the other 2 women, just I was about to say, just like the Spice Girls, but I don't think Jane would get that reference. But just
I know who they are because of cultural references, and because Mel B was on Big Fat Quiz of the Year.
Yes.
And I crochet to British panel shows.
I
do know
love
that.
Big Fat Quiz so much.
Oh, wonderful. So just like the Spice Girls, you want some spice, you want to spice up your life. Every boy and every girl spice up your life. This is the commentary booth. It's a wonderful, wonderful conversation that these 5 women have in a safe space where they feel like they can contribute, and sometimes I interrupt as Doc Callis. So your mileage may vary. Let's start off with I think, should we do 0 hour or should we just go for the main show?
I'm gonna have to leave in 10 minutes, so we might want to. I might have to. I vote.
Why don't
I hit
you?
the highlights?
Why don't you
guys
start
go
with
match
yours?
by match?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You start with your
what worked
highlights,
for you.
and then we'll go with the highlights and lowlights. We'll do that instead. I'd rather do highlights and lowlights. Go.
Thank you. What I was going to say was, can we just talk My World versus Mercedes?
Oh, best match.
God,
So good. At some point, we're going to talk in the commentary booth. Sometime on the commentary booth, we're going to talk about real life and character blending, and how much do we, as audience, how much are we in kayfabe, and how much are we audience knowing that it's a scripted show with scripted results. And I'm going to bring up so much Foucault and Barth. But just for a highlight, just everything about this match worked for me. I know there was parts where it's sloppy. I'm not trying to say that. And I feel so bad for My World. I think the idea of being on, her first PPV, actual PPV show, to have your gear disintegrate.
oh God,
I mean, holy shit. Can you imagine what that would be like?
that is literally my nightmare.
Right.
I've had presentations where I've had wardrobe malfunctions to 20 people. One of the most anxiety-inducing experiences.
Yeah, because I was watching her during that match, just oh God, girl, please, please hold on, please, I hope that gear has the faith of God. Just hold it in, girl. You're almost there.
Yeah.
And
come
and
on.
we're all look, we all know the backstory behind Maya, and she wasn't originally slotted for the Owen, and so tragically her older brother died, and I think we're just all really rooting for her. And then for her to have these just this manifestation of this, like, you know, she's new to this. This is her first time being here, to have it made manifest. Oh God, for her to show out the way she did, and Mercedes, who's just such a veteran, just a real. She's a girl's girl. She's the CEO, just an incredible pro. And you could really, I mean, I watched it live, so I didn't know who won. And there was a moment where the commentary booth was like chanting for Maya. There was a moment there where we all believed in miracles.
Oh God, yeah.
And
Hearing was it Walker Stewart from New Japan?
Yes.
He was all for it. It's like telling her, it's like, don't give up on your dream. Hold on. It's like hearing the commentary booth be that united for somebody. You don't really hear that because
especially Walker. I started getting emotional right at the beginning of the match. Wrestling makes me cry so much, y'all. But when Walker was saying that he'd called some of her earliest matches because he was in New Texas, and now they're both here for this moment on this huge stage, and Maya's getting to wrestle her, you know, her idol in like a semi-main event, and she wasn't supposed to be here. Like, this is the spot that was essentially for, I'm blanking out on their names.
Sorry.
Nixon Newell and Brenda Alize.
Them.
Yeah,
no.
God, yeah,
like,
that too.
Watching her and Hyan take every opportunity.
This guy stinks!
Every opportunity they've been given and just run with it. And you want them to do good, especially if, you know, you saw them on the indies. I was never lucky enough to, because I moved from Texas before I started going to indie shows. But a bunch of my friends go to the New Texas shows, and seeing somebody grow up like that, and somebody that you knew, like, oh, this person has a high ceiling, and then seeing them just rocket to the top so fast. It would have been amazing if she won, but the thing is, she didn't need it because she put on such an amazing show. She's made.
Right.
100%.
Yeah.
And
yeah, she was made from the work the past week when she worked when she got that upset on Athena, and then the work that she did here. I think I saw like footage of her, like people were reposting her repost of her meeting Mercedes when she was in WWE, like at a fan meetup.
Yep.
And like I think I was from like 10 years ago or something. And then you're like, wow, it's kind of it's cool to see that. It's really cool to see that. You know, I some people say like you put the credit on all the wrestlers that she worked with. I give Maya 100% credit for getting herself over at that point, because it takes a lot of talent to be able to keep up with a Mercedes, with an Athena, and to really link up with the audience the audience in the arena, they don't listen to like the story that's being played on the video. They just hear the introductions and they go. And the way they played this with Maya playing like this ultimate underdog against, you know, it's Mercedes, one of the GOATs. And it's just, it was a fantastic story told without even knowing any of the nuances of like what's going on with them and then any of that, what's happening personally. It was a great story told within a match.
Yeah.
I think when you look about what makes wrestling special, this match is what you should look at.
Yes.
Just the fact that things go wrong because it's not scripted, and the fact that, you know, things are constantly in a state of flux, and just the audience really getting behind, you know, the audience giving their energy and, you know, the energy feeling of that. And just shout out to Mercedes when she did that when she was trying to give Maya time to fix her gear, and she did that running spot. That was so good. That was so good. I get why some people wanted Maya to win, but I'm like, I gotta see belted up. I gotta see belted up Mercedes.
Mercedes definitely bullied.
Mercedes made herself into an even bigger heel than before with that. And it's, again, I really thought Maya was going to win. For the most part, it's not always 100% true, obviously, but on the go-home shows, if somebody's challenging for a belt and they do a group match before, Usually, if you go back and you look, whoever wins the tag or group or whatever match loses the big one. Yeah. Not always, again, right here. There's been a couple of more, but I was so sure. And she was trying so hard, and the crowd was so loud, like fever pitch there at the end. It was beautiful.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, what else were the highlights for you on the show, Jane?
It's a really good show. I really liked it. I'm trying to think of other things I like. I was kind of worried about the cage because I was like, this is just going to be nuts. But I think it was actually the perfect amount of like silly and like not silly stuff. I liked the orange slice break. I liked the backpack going off. I'm trying to think of other things. Oh, it's just always cool when you get to see the other wrestlers.
Portable Leo Rush.
Yes.
Portable Leo Rush.
So I called it earlier this week. I'm like, he's going to find his way in there. He's going to sneak in. I was not expecting him to come out of the hockey bag.
Have you guys watched the movie Weapons?
Yes.
So I don't like horror movies.
Yeah, so Leo was a weapon, and yeah, that's why he does. That's why he runs as he does. It was. That's why he looked like he got haunted by a witch. It's all in there, baby. It's all in the stew.
Andrade's turn I thought was so perfectly done. So
you wear 3 layers to reveal
clothing.
Why was he wearing all those clothes?
The stripping is the plot point.
Yes.
I also want to shout out Starlight Kid and who I had never seen before, and I think I have seen. I don't think I have a lot of the wrestlers in the first opening tag match. Just really fun, just really good stuff.
Yes.
Yeah. I love Lucha Libre. I love Dragon Gate. That was a Dragon Gate match. I love that Excalibur did the story of these 3 men. I'm not going to do my Excalibur. These 3 men. I can't do Excalibur. But, because the Bucks went to Dragon Gate during their rookie year in PWG. That's where Shingo saw them and brought them over to Dragon Gate. The Bucks talked about it in their book. I saw, during that time, 2006, I was always attending these PWG shows. And then you see this sort of exchange between Ring of Honor, PWG, CZW, Dragon Gate. Sometimes AAA guys would come up. It's cool to go back to 20 years ago and see those 3 guys work each other and it just be like nothing's changed. And you have the perfect accompaniment there with Mystico, probably one of the greatest luchadors of all time. Mascara Dorada and Titan, who are 2 of the best luchas going right now. Just fun. I sometimes you just need a lot of action to open the show, and these guys all delivered. I love that.
I had already met Mystico, but Titan was new to me, and Titan rules. I loved his fuck up mask.
Oh, yes.
So good.
Yeah.
I think my only low light of that entire show. My only low light of the entire show. I even thought Cope and Cage was fine. I am so tired of Jon Moxley. He just is always on my screen. Always on my screen. But whatever. He still puts on good matches, so I'm not going to complain too much. My only complaint, really, my only low light is, Tony, you got it. 12:30 is too late on a Sunday. You got to end it. I get grumpy. I should have rated Swerve and Ospreay higher, I think, than I did, but I was in a bad mood because it was 12:30 in the morning, Tony. Yeah. In the morning.
Yeah.
And
you can't go back.
To dip.
Thank you, Jane, for coming. Honestly,
yes.
Love having you here. Listen to her on the commentary booth.
I just wanted to thank you for giving me a chance to talk about Maya World and Mercedes, because to me, I love that match, and I hope some of my enthusiasm comes through to anyone who hasn't seen it and wants to check it out. All right, Absolutely. Thank you for having me. Bye.
Bye. Man, now it's all the adults left. But I think I honestly, if we go through this show, because you had that, follow that up with Kenny versus Zack Sabre Jr., Everybody knows the lore of this show. Zack Sabre Jr. is officially Filipino because he lives. Yeah, he knows my good cousin over there, the human fighting rooster, Jake De Leon. So we know that Zach is actually, hangs out a lot in the Philippines. Also, shout out to Shane Hayes, who has recently been adopted by the Filipinos because we found out that his wife is Filipino. So,
Okay.
yeah, that's how it works apparently. I mean, that is how it works with Filipinos. You marry a Filipino, doesn't matter what you are. You could be Latino, you could be black, white, you could be Chinese. No, you're Filipino now. So that's just the rules of Filipinoism. Um, but anyway, I did think that this match was worked really well. But like on a night like this with a 5-hour card, sometimes you get like good matches where you sort of forget about some good spots. I mean, I like the part where he got him in the octopus on the table because it makes no sense. This was a night of submissions on the outside, meaning it's more damaging. So doing the octopus on the table and falling off was pretty funny. I really bit on the European clutch and the Zack driver. There's a way that that's worked and the way that they worked where it had a feeling of realism-ish to it. And, the right guy won for the story. So let's see. But what were your guys' other highlights? Because this was one of my highlights. I like this match, not just because of I like the both guys in it, but
Uh, I honestly love that match too. But I have to say one from Zero Hour. Uh, people really do know absolutely like my favorites or whatever because the amount of messages I got saying, "Yo, Drilla Maloney is like he's going to be wrestling at Forbidden Door." I'm like, huh? It's like, who's he wrestling? Danny. Oh, Danny's gonna die, but it's gonna be pretty.
they got your boys. They knew what they were doing. They were like, we gotta get D to watch the show. So who do we book? We book Drilla. We book Danny. Let's
We
go.
bring back
And
See,
Jay.
I was gonna watch it anyway, but it's just like the thing that got me like really really happy is like Trilla got cheered. He deserves that. Dude has put in so much work, and same thing with Danny. I might be a little bit annoyed with his character, being the yappy dog of the Death Riders, though. But he has grown a lot. If he could just channel that into becoming like a stronger version of Red Death Garcia, yes, I'm here for that. But seriously, that match was so fun. Even like Danny got over while being dead.
Again, this is what I
yeah,
like about AEW. You can get over in loss. Again, Max Caster. Danny, it's so funny you call him their yappy dog because I know he is, but he's also my bratty cat's son. Like, I look at him and I see my cat Pike just, throwing fits if nobody's paying attention to him, and he wants to be so tough, but he might not necessarily be. But again, he's a character that fascinates me. He's one of those ones that when we were talking earlier about who do you think needs more character development, he is definitely one of them. I love his character development. I love him. I love all of that with like Yuta and all the stuff with like Nigel and Lee and all of it. All the legacy, the ghost of Bryan Danielson haunting the narrative. It's all for me. And Drilla looked so good. I mean, yes, physically,
yeah,
guy is incredibly handsome, but it was just a good match.
Yeah,
yeah.
it was definitely
I
perfect.
tell you the secret to wrestling is attractive people doing interesting stuff. That's the secret. Just
I also
attractive
have
people doing cool
Oh,
things.
I also have a theory that wrestling is best when it's about 20% Looney Tunes, which is another reason why I
Uh,
loved the cage match. Because I
oh, that
am
was
on the record as saying that Orange is the Bugs Bunny of AEW and MJF is the Daffy Duck, especially Chuck Jones' Daffy Duck of AEW.
oh yeah,
So
that is
I loved when
perfect.
he crotched them.
getting to see
When he
them,
crotched them, oh
yes, yeah, with the broom. That match was just so many shenanigans like that, and the tag match, the trios tag match, the 3-person tag match at the beginning. You know what I mean? And then the actual later tag match with Cope and Christian. That's what I love about the multi-person matches is there's an increased opportunity for shenanigans.
Yes,
Absolutely.
and that shenanigan brought back Jay White, which I
Oh
am
my
over
God.
the moon to see. And, shout out to TK for actually bringing up the lore here, because evidently it was it was 3 years ago since Jay was in
In
San
San
Jose.
Jose.
Yep.
Yeah, when he got
I was
kicked out
there
of
for that
Bullet
show.
Club.
Yes.
Oh, you
Yeah.
man.
Lucky.
But yeah, he
Yeah.
yes,
same
this
thing.
is what
Jay
this
got
is
him back.
what this is what I've been waiting
That's
for.
when Eddie Kingston beat him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that was that show, wasn't it?
Yeah, I love that they had the herd of cats were actually in one spot for at least like 2 minutes, which if you have cats or dogs, you know how hard it is to get them to sit still for that picture. That's been the bane of my existence. Just stay. Well, you have snackies for you. Just stay. I have to whisper snackies because they're right next to me. So anyway, but like but seeing seeing Bullet Club, I think they're the last Bullet Club left. They very much in calling on Bullet Club Gold or Bang Bang Gang, but I think canonically they're the last living Bullet Club, and it's not quite the Bullet Club Civil War we all thought we were going to get 10 years ago, or then even 5 years ago, but it's happening. It was really cool to see Jay White come back, honestly.
Since David Finlay came in, I'm like, okay, when is Jay coming back so we can get some good stuff here? Because that whole, Jay getting backstabbed by Finlay, and Finlay is so much more entertaining at AEW than I found him at New Japan. Like, again, all you got to do is be a little bit silly and pathetic, and I love you. And he has been.
So you didn't like him like when he was tagging with Hiromu, because he was whimsical there.
That's okay. That is a good point. I miss Hiromu.
Yeah.
I do too.
Yeah.
But
who knows where he ends up?
I think we know where he's going to end up, and that makes me sad. But anyway, when Jay came out, okay. So my new kitten Gwen, she's been here for about a month and a half. She's very young, so she's a deep sleeper because, the baby's got to grow when they sleep. So she doesn't tend to move. She'll get on my chest while I watch wrestling and not move when I'm yelling and everything. But this scared her so bad that she had to run and get my spouse because I was yelling so loud. Because, yes, I like Jay White, but again, I love seeing people's reactions to their favorites. There's people that I love now solely because of how much other people love them in the fandom. And I wanted to see, I got to admit, I was looking forward to your reaction. I was looking forward to, okay, I'm blanking on usernames, but I can remember user picks. But there's this group of about 4 or 5 people that I was like, oh my God, they're going to be so happy. I can't wait to see this. And it was a wonderful moment.
Yeah. Dude, I think once I saw him, I did think of you, D. Like, honestly. Like, once I saw, I knew where I was going once I saw Bang Bang Gang out there, I was like, oh. And then when he popped up, I was like, oh, they really are booking this show for you. Like,
yeah,
they
as soon as
knew
I heard the
who to
blade
bring out.
pull,
yeah.
As soon as I heard the thing, I was like, count your days, Finlay.
Yeah, as soon as the Bang Bang Gang showed up, I started yelling, and then the ching, and I was like,
yeah, right. As soon as I saw him, I was like, I had to make sure to not really yell, but yeah.
Everybody freaking out before the show because oh my God, he put a period instead of a question mark this time, and then y'all were right.
A lot of people are analyzing that.
It was so good.
Ready?
Right. We were so traumatized just by one word and punctuation, and then as soon as he saw it's like, oh, there's a period. Yeah, he's just gonna lie to us. It's like, Oh, we have been successfully gaslit by Switchblade Jay White. Now I know how
That's
his
what he
opponents
does.
feel.
I'm so
You know,
excited to have
the
him
thing
back.
Yeah,
the
it
thing
makes
you
me
said
happy.
about Finlay being more enjoyable in AEW, that's exactly how I felt about Jay White. As a big New Japan fan, no, I'm not going to explain New Japan to you guys because that's freaking annoying. I hate that. I hate that. Just I okay, just to open up kayfabe, they were talking about the explainer fans. I hate the explainer fans, the fans who will quiz you to see like how big of a fan you are, if you're as big of a fan as they are, so that they'll respect what your opinions are. But I don't know who you can go through life like that. That's ugh. But anyway, I absolutely dislike Jay White in New Japan. I was done with him when he lost the match to uh, now known as Talatonga and Eddie Kingston, and he was like officially kicked out.
Oh,
I was like,
Yeah.
finally. I was like,
the
finally.
yeah, the Hikuleo match was just bad. But I will say this: it's like it's been a while since I rewatched the Jay versus Kingston match. It's like the storytelling in that was actually really, really solid because when you saw like towards the end of the match, Kingston thought that Jay was just that he had no love for New Japan. But then, like, as the
Yeah,
match continued, Eddie saw how much New Japan actually meant to him because
yeah.
after Eddie won, I remember he was walking towards the back and he made the gestures like, cut his music, let Jay have his time. And then that's when Finley happened.
Oh.
Yeah, of course. Finley has to ruin the good times. I think that this is sort of like the last hurrah for the Bushi Road and AEW relationship because this was all booked before the purchase and all that stuff. So what we're seeing now is stuff that was put into motion like months ago, as opposed to what's going to happen with Cyber Agent and what we're already seeing in Japan, like the shift in how things are getting booked. If you look at the Abima site and on the Cyber Agent site, they actually had a lot of Jake Lee all over the website. So,
Mm.
and just to let you guys know, Jake Lee now has a passport and he's going to be in Chicago for the G1. And I wouldn't know about that G1 happening if it wasn't for the wonderful Walker Stewart. Did a great job as a man. If you're a New
Oh,
Japan
is he
fan and you
only
love
like
the English
23,
commentary,
24?
yeah, he's only
Oh,
24. He sounds like he's
What?
been like doing like sports news for like the last 30 years.
yeah,
Right. He sounds like he's been announcing like professionally in all the territories. I'm like,
yeah.
bro, uh,
Yeah,
the poise on the
he did
mic
it
is
in
great.
college. Yeah, he was
Also,
doing it in
he has the
college, and then he
voice
worked for
of
like the
like
college
a
sports. Yeah,
45-year-old like baseball announcer. And it's like, oh, you are
Right.
yeah,
24. I
it
see why
works.
his username on
You,
like Blue Sky and Twitter
you,
is Velvet Voice.
Yes.
Well, Velvet Voice
It
WS.
is
But
yeah,
just
still,
as advertised.
you, you could see like when Tony looked at him, like when they're showing like the four guys at the table, the way Tony was looking at Walker is the way you look at like any new prospect. Like we have the off season, we have the trades going, Giants going to the to the Heat. That's something. Like that's exactly how Tony looked at Walker. Like we have to get this kid. Like
yeah,
Tony when he was sitting there, Tony doesn't really get quiet, but Tony let Walker talk over him, over everybody. And like you could tell like when they're showing back to the table how Tony was so excited to have Walker Stewart next to him and like hear him and work with him because he could actually definitely see like the next like 20 years of like, oh, this is gonna be me. This is me when I was the same age. Because I think Tony started at like around like because he's only like in his 60s and so he started probably the same time as Walker did.
yeah.
So it's like it's kind of like the same voice because Tony like has that same like baseball announcer voice and Walker Stewart, what a talent. I do think if you're a New Japan USA fan, English commentary fan, be ready to speak all elite because if I'm Tony, that's the guy. That's if everybody you're gonna poach. That's somebody like
Yeah, I still
and
wish that we could get Veda
yeah.
Scott
Go ahead.
because I really love them.
Hey,
But Walker was
Hey,
great, and he fit in really well with the rest of the announce desk.
Yeah, actually, the
yeah,
one thing I absolutely loved about him is like he did lore drops because not everybody is like super familiar with New Japan other than, like some of the people that come over every so often. Like Walker took the time to actually explain the importance of, the people in there, which was cool.
Yeah. Yeah. The
Oh,
lore drop that he dropped with the whole Shota Pac thing, like if you haven't been paying attention for like the last like 5 years, he brought you up to date on like the whole Shota going from this
I
is
was
Shooter,
going to say,
Young Boy to
speaking of
yeah.
commentary, I really wished that we would have gotten Mox on commentary for that. But I mean, you got to get the blood
Oh
off, so I understand it. But like, come on, it's
yeah.
his weird friend is murdering his firstborn son. Like, I wanted to know, but then,
Yeah.
of course, afterwards, that show of respect. And again, speaking
Yeah.
of liking people better in certain places, Shota, I think, got a much better audience reaction here.
Yeah.
I'm really curious of, can he do an excursion here? Can we like?
Hey, he's done excursions though, but I
Yeah,
can't
but
remember
like,
like where.
he's only shown up in
He's
AEW
done
like
excursions in
twice.
the UK, but
Yeah, UK.
yeah.
Yeah, I know about that.
Yeah, he's done New Japan US shows, but like usually when he shows up like to these shows, fans react to him.
Yeah, it's kind
Especially I
of
think the
like
last time he
how
showed up was like
Atlantis
the
Jr.
Death Rider
gets like
walk.
Atlantis Jr. gets like a much better
Yeah,
reaction here than
they hate
in
him in Arena Mexico.
yeah.
They hate Atlantis Jr. Like oh my gosh, you want to hear heat. This we talked a little about like Mox and Bandito. It was a really good classic lucha match, which you love to see. But again, the booking is confusing because Moxley wrestled out like a down and dirty Rudo, and then afterwards gave him respect, and then for some reason Brody gave Mox respect,
That
which
I love
was
that. So, okay, I have a theory about the Death Riders. I think that
yeah,
the Death Riders are the platonic ideal of the spirit of fighting. And they go where they are needed. And whether that's as an ally or as an antagonist, their whole purpose is to get people to level up via fighting. And
man. Are you saying that Mox is Goku?
Oh, that would explain the plot armor. But yeah,
I can't help it. I love Mox. I love the Death Riders. They're my favorite BDSM sex cult.
See, yours is more shonen based than mine because people, at least that know my my name in like the Sosu Discord and stuff like that, I called this whole thing with Mox. I called this whole thing with Osprey. It's literally like Batman Begins, but then evidently they kind of threw me a curveball with Osprey coming out dressed as Bane. So I heard it's like related to Absolute Batman, but it's like, all right, sure, whatever.
Speaking of that,
did you know that Mox is a huge Red Hood guy.
Yeah, he
like,
showed up in New
he dressed up.
the...
I remember that.
Yep, it was so cool.
Yeah.
But
so
when Osprey came out with the Bane mask, I started screeching because not only Bane, but Mox's like last straw with WWE was a Bane inspired thing. So
oh
with
my
the same
god,
jacket.
Yes,
that jacket. What if that's the jacket?
So I started screeching with that. And then, Swerve coming out as Lobo. I'd been thinking for a while that his new logo, I was like, oh, that looks like Lobo. And yeah, this is how you take advantage of corporate synergy. If you're somebody who likes to cosplay, I mean, take advantage of it. But, the second I saw the motorcycle, it's like, Lobo.
Yeah.
When you brought up the cigar, that's when it like hit for me. I was like, oh, shit. I was like, oh, cool.
When you brought the cigar, I was like, oh. I just saw Supergirl a couple on Thursday, so it was fresh in my mind.
Gotcha.
Lauren, after we go off, I gotta ask you something. I like Supergirl, but I gotta ask you something after the show. I think that with this match, there was a lot of like intrigue going in. A lot of it, of course, built on like shoot happenings outside of wrestling, outside of the stuff. Like a lot of like Swerve talking about why am I not on TV? A lot of Swerve's friends saying why is he not on TV? Um, a lot of that stuff. And the last couple of promos, which kind of like made you. It felt like they were trying to get you to dislike Will Ospreay in some ways, or that just probably was Will Ospreay on his own, uh, digging his heels in and doing some other things. I did not like the build to this match, but the match itself, the entrances, all that, pretty good stuff. Pretty
I
good.
think they've really been hinting at Ospreay as sliding towards heel. I think that his whole "and then I banged my wife" thing, I'm not sure if that was a deliberate choice because, again, I don't care when people talk about sex, especially if they talk about it with their consenting partners, whatever. I will admit, I get why people were mad because this is an industry where women are still not seen as equal. But again, he's talking about it the way heels talk about sex in wrestling, in AEW especially. And
Very
between that,
Christian-like.
between him, siding with the people who he tried to kill all last year, even if they did fix him, even if they are, showing him love right now.
Because
Swerve was right. Hashtag Swerve was right. And
he was absolutely right.
Ospreay winning this match, I think, again, we see the Death Riders rallying around him. He's one of them. He's being supported. He's being loved. But again, we know what the Death Riders are capable of. We know that Ospreay is not the smartest person. And we know, I think Tunnel Talk pointed it out this weekend on their show, that Ospreay's entire storyline has been him looking for friends, looking for family, looking for a place to belong. He's not having that right now with the United Empire because they fell out from under him, and then the remainder of them don't trust him now. I really wish we got some more Callum Newman for Forbidden Door, but I know why we didn't.
Yeah, it was kind of... I was wondering why nobody in the United Empire showed up for him. Like, it would have, like, at least you get, like, the guys who were there with him the whole time, like Hanare and Gok. It would have been nice to, like, have, like, some of them and have that whole thing. And it was sort of weird seeing the stoic Pac be happy and jumping up and down for his good mate, Will.
Him doing That'll Do Pig at the end got me. I loved that.
He just looked back at him and just like nodded and smiled. Like,
yeah, but Callum Newman actually did. Callum Newman actually did tweet about Forbidden Door though.
Oh, I missed that.
Because a friend of mine put me onto this. Because he shared what Andrade did about like betraying DCF and all that, and he retweeted it like with a crown because Andrade is still United Empire.
Yep.
So he's no longer DCF. Now he's just straight up United Empire. So yeah, that's going to be interesting going forward too.
Yes,
I do wonder. I do wonder who's coming next week.
Just real quick, back to the Andrade thing, just a shout out to that match in general. We knew we were going to have backpack shenanigans when Orange was like, here's your backpack. You can put whatever you want in the backpack. First of all, I knew when Takeshita was rooting around the backpack, I'm like, oh, he's going to flip Okada off. It happened. It was lovely. The Super Nintendo got me. I love.
Somebody pointed out that in the cartridge.
He blew in the cartridge, put it in, and then said, I was trying. Okay, I'm like, oh, he's giving it a little pep talk, taking it for its service or whatever. Apparently, he told it, "I love you," or "I'm sorry, I love you," and then hit.
Of course, it's Kyle.
Hit Kyle with it.
It's
because again, they're all giant nerds. I love them. Again, Roddy with Leo in the bag. And then Darby.
What the NES game was.
I don't know. I'm real curious. But Darby with a bomb. Darby with a bomb. It's the most Darby thing ever.
Yeah, because like when you saw him like walk up, it's like, oh God, it's proving MJF right because like Darby had a backpack.
Yeah.
And you know what
Oh
MJF
God.
calls him all the time? Yeah.
Yep.
It's like,
Yeah,
oh
this
God, it's like
oh
stop
man.
handing it to ISIS. Stop it.
He did look a little bit like the Riddler that night. So
Yeah. God,
um
I want that jacket. I know it's like they don't make it anymore, and it was like $700 when they did, but that is exactly
Oh
the type of jacket that I love.
yeah. I love the military jacket. I love those military jackets when I was in high school.
Yeah.
But there's like this pay-per-view, I felt like I didn't have my time wasted watching it.
No.
Thankfully, I don't have to work in the morning, and thankfully I'm on the West Coast, so like
And there
it
were
stopped at like
no
a fine
bathroom
time for
break
me.
matches this time for me.
There were none.
Like, even the
Unless like
one that I was
you
like,
this
okay,
yeah.
I'm not super excited about Pac versus Shota. I'm going to watch it because I like them both. And then I loved it. And then Cope and Christian, I was like, okay, I'm not expecting anything technically great, but I'm pretty sure we're going to have fun. And I loved it. And
and then Jay showed up.
then Jay showed up.
Yeah, I really
Oh,
liked how Cope
also,
and Christian were good uncles and let the dogs like have most of the match.
yes,
Like
it's,
you normally
again,
don't see like Christian give that much for anybody, but he tried to make those two.
they are really,
Yeah.
really doing the we're you 30 years ago without learning any lessons. And I loved that. I loved the dogs being horrid little shits. I loved Christian. Just again, he has changed nothing about himself. The only reason he's a face is because Cope is vouching for him. But he's still just a horrible person, and I love him for that.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
stands in his truth, and I love Christian
I
for
still
it.
love when he's like, yeah, I did soul searching and decided there is nothing wrong with me. I am perfect.
And
It's
that's like the most
wonderful.
Christian Cage thing.
And real quick, just so Starlight Kid and Tekla, amazing, absolutely fantastic match. Technically, story wise, Tekla's face journey through the whole thing was fantastic storytelling. Taro Okada in the crowd looking like he was about to shit himself.
Yeah, he looked like he was about to cry the entire time.
Yes, like just shaking like a chihuahua.
Oh man.
And
then he pretends that he hates it, but he loves it.
Oh yeah, no, I love this story. So much mask trauma. Also, between Bandito's mask getting more shredded, which again, I loved that match too, and Starlight Kid getting her mask ripped off and spit in, and then Tekla hauling it around like a trophy. I didn't watch all of the scrum this time. I decided I wanted to but anyway,
I watched the part where she wore the mask.
I watched that part where
was...
she's like doing the impersonation and then leans back with her feet kicked up. Tekla is wonderful. Oh my God. She's got the
just
charisma.
Coming in, ranting in Japanese. That was great.
Yes. I love her. And
I completely got turned around on her. Yeah.
Everything
like the worked
promos,
for me. She's just great.
Everything worked for me yesterday. Like, okay, I would have loved for Hangman to have come back and, done something with Swerve and Ospreay because I'm messy and I love drama and I love Hangman and I love.
Well, they kept doing his moves.
Exactly. Again,
when they hit the Deadeye, I was like,
yeah.
When he hit the Deadeye, I was like, oh.
I was screaming.
And then when
the buckshot,
when Will went
blade.
for the buckshot, I was like, what's he? I was like, oh,
devastated.
Okay, they're definitely reading.
I was devastated. But also, because I'm messy and I love drama and I love angst, I'm like, okay, how can wrestling break my heart? I'm into this. So I'm going to continue waiting here in my clown makeup for when Hangman comes back, and I hope that we get just some sort of epic thing with him and Swerve just doing violence together and making each other worse. And I love it.
And as somebody who put their clown makeup away when Jay came back, so it's like as somebody who's put it away, I hope that your moment to put it away will be soon and worth it.
Hey,
I am so the show was really good. My worries after the show. Alright, so we talk about Danny Garcia, and let me talk about Maya World. They did everything for Danny Garcia to get over, including a win over Bryan Danielson, a clean win, by the way. And they follow that up by nothing. Now, a lot. I hope that they don't do that with Maya because I think they definitely have something planned with her and Athena, maybe in Ring of Honor. But I feel like Maya should be on AEW proper, and I know they can do that feud on the AEW TV shows. So I'm like, they have an opportunity here with her, and I think they should keep that train moving and like really, really take a chance. It's unfortunate that the TBS belt is like kept in some other thing because she would have been perfect for that as an after challenge. But
Yeah.
who knows who wins the TBS belt? Maybe a heel wins it, and she gets the challenge, which would be.
I mean, again, nothing is over until it's over. I argue that Garcia is having some really interesting character building right now. Like, again, he's not winning, which is hilarious because he joined because he wanted to be winners too. But again, Garcia, kind of like Ospreay, is somebody that needs a support system around him. And I had originally been thinking like, oh, okay, Yuta and him, since they've had feuds in the past, they're going to be at odds. But no, they're working together. It's great. And I love seeing them together. I love them being Mox's two precious baby deer. And
but here's the thing. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, at the same time, he does. It needs to be worth it. And while I'm fine playing the waiting game because apparently my sense of time doesn't work the same as a bunch of other people. Like, for me, everything may as well have just happened, which is why it's when I start noticing, like with Jay White, like when people are gone for a while, it's been a while. Like, because for me, it's like, okay, everything is still in short-term or medium-term memory.
Yeah.
But
it's been a while.
Yeah, that's the thing.
that person's terrible, by the way.
Yes, sadly, because I loved his name as a kid. Or teen, whatever.
But with Yuta, though, real quick, I want to get this out because like you're talking about like their dynamic and everything is like how Garcia needs reassurance because of his two French Canadian dads.
Yeah.
Yuta pretty much suffers from eldest daughter syndrome.
Yes.
And that's literally it. It's like he is way too amenable to all of these changes. And you girl, stand up.
Again, this is why Yuta's a fascinating character to me.
Right, that's why I love him.
Yeah. I remember
he's definitely gonna have a handsome, sturdy husband. Like that's gonna be what he does.
Yeah.
I do love those two as like the rambunctious little children of like with their three dads. And I don't think Marina is a dad. Marina is more like the bully that the dads have brought in to bully the other children.
The thing is,
Marina's the dead mother. She's the dead mother.
Yes.
So
it's like that. What's her name from?
Go
ahead.
Oh, so
I was gonna make a Matilda reference.
Back when Yuta was still in Best Friends, and back when Being the Elite was still more of a sketch show, we had all those backstage segments where Chuck would be going over Yuta's matches, and he'd be like, "Oh, I see how you tapped out. Don't do that." And Chris would headlock him and knock him out. And everyone, for a while there, fandom was all about like, oh, poor Yuta, and Chris was so mean to him, and this is part of the reason why he left. He just goes from one strict female authority figure to another with Marina, and he loves it.
Oh,
so
yeah,
he needs a strong father and a strong mother.
We gotta get him and Teru Okada to talk like just one time. Just like to hash things out. I love this lore. You guys are making me like Death Riders more than I thought I would. I want to say that. Like I didn't ever have this point of view about them until like I heard your guys like lay it out bare in front of me. And yeah, I've always been a huge Mox guy, dating back to like when he was in Dragon Gate and CZW and all that. And like over like the last week, I just did a podcast with him with BJ where we talked about tough guys in wrestling because me and him share a teacher in Josh Barnett,
Ooh.
and then it's just me and Mox share a jujitsu teacher or coach. So it like the thing about Mox is he is one of the best wrestlers that there has ever been. He is one of the biggest stars in wrestling. Like if you go back to 10 years ago, who did the WWE fans choose? It was Moxley. I'm the dude. And like even into now, he's the reliable guy that you go to when you need a main event and you don't have anybody else to go to. Do a match with Mox. When you need to get somebody over and get them ready for the main event, get them with Mox.
Again,
I
he's
think that
the
Mox
ace.
is,
Yeah.
yeah, Mox is the ace of AEW. And until Shawn shows up to take his place, I don't think there's been guys who showed up, but the company just hasn't got behind them the same way they got behind MJF or Mox. It's just, even like MJF, does not have the same cachet or respect that Mox has. Yeah, and I don't think he ever will. But I don't think for any time period where they're gonna really get rid of this guy in the position that he's in. I don't know, like a lot of the complaints were, why was he there for 4 segments? And like, why does it seem like the world revolves
Because
around
I
Moxley?
love
Because
him, that's why.
he was the voiceover of the Will Ospreay introduction. He was like the last shot holding Will on his shoulders. It was, yeah, dang, I still do from Pac just looking at him. That's gonna live with me forever. Thank you for that, Lauren. I'm that'll do, Pig. That'll do.
I can't take
I
credit.
think
Somebody else
that
said it. Somebody
hey,
on Blue Sky said it, but
hey, yeah, hey, you could take credit for or give credit where credit's due. That's what we do here. But that's this is pretty much the end of the review. And I want to thank both of you for coming on here.
Hmm.
It's always great to finally like talk after you guys are talking, because I was like, there was so much you guys were saying on the show we recorded, and I would love for you guys to sell what commentary booth, like what show that is, because I think that it's been like my number one hit show for like the last almost 2 months. You guys are the most downloaded show. Just wanted to tell you that for
What?
pilot. So
What?
yeah,
nice.
over the last 2 months, you guys are the most downloaded show. So I can't wait, one, to introduce the world to the rest of you guys, because I did record the solo shows with Lauren, with Persephone, and with Jane. And I just haven't had the time to release those because I wanted to tell you guys personally, I think that the best shows I do are those solo interview shows. And the best show that's on this channel is the commentary booth, because the best thing that you can have especially when you're looking for a podcast, is a conversation and just feeling like you're a part of the conversation. And what you guys do is exactly that. I don't want to thank you for letting me bring you guys together, because it's really, this has never been my intention, but like I just talked to you guys and I was like once I found you, Lauren, and then we had a conversation, and then I brought you on another podcast, and I was like, I need her to meet these girlies.
Yeah, thank
And
you for
when I got you
introducing
on
me,
that, and
because
then you
these are
guys
all
just ended up
people
talking.
that like I kind of have seen on Blue Sky and really like and respect. So getting to talk with y'all is fantastic.
Yay. I'm glad.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah. It's just a fun show. I'm going to give you guys this time to do your promos, because what better time is than here? What better place than here? What better time than now to shill. So whoever wants to start first, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah, so I have a online business card, and that online business card is comprised of many things. One is a Ko-Fi account. Another is a Redbubble store where I upload designs that I create myself, and I also do some writing, so my Medium account is up there. So my online business card is DANESHA denishaartist.carrd.co. So that's denishaartist.carrd.co.
And you can find everywhere that I'm at professionally at my website, lwsalinas.com. That is voice and writing. And you can find me just hanging out on Blue Sky at Sithwitch, Sithwitch, where I live skeet wrestling and I share stuff that I'm doing. I like to do a lot of crafting. I have been trying to get back into drawing and teaching myself 3D sculpting. So sometimes that pops up on there. Let's see. By the time this goes out, it'll be up on romancingthevote.com. I have put up an audiobook production for auction on there. So if you're interested, if you want to help out with that or want to steer somebody in the direction of that, romancingthevote.com. And other than that, Blue Sky is most of where I'm at when it comes to just hanging out and live skeeting things. And if you want to talk to me about pretty much anything, you can reach me through there.
Absolutely. Wonderful. Thank you guys for being here. If you stick around, you're going to listen to all the other reviews. But, this was the best one because I had the three best talkers on the whole group. I'm not burying anybody. I'm just saying, Yeah. But yeah, thank you guys for coming. I don't know if you guys watch WWE, but my good somebody that I knew long ago finally won the WWE title. It happened to be under the Saudi regime, but I can still be happy for somebody that I've known for that long, despite their whole kill Tony shtick, which kind of soured me a little bit. But Sammy, congrats, man, congrats on that. But listen to the commentary booth. Listen to Lauren's podcast because she did a podcast on the MCU on the Shield series.
It is currently paused. It is Legends of Shield. It's currently paused because I was editing and my health got bad. But I'm hoping to start that up again soon. Now that we have new season of Daredevil, Punisher, Last Kill, new season of X-Men 97 coming up. Spider-Man Brand New Day coming up. So be on the lookout for that, and hopefully this serves to light a fire under my ass and get back to that.
Yep, definitely.
Hey, yo, what's up? This is Dr. Lariat. I got with me here one of the most promising big boys out there on the independent wrestling scene. I got with me from Oaktown, from East Oakland, specifically East Oakland. I got with me Alpha Zoe. Bro, you're going to be down in SoCal for some stuff, right?
Yeah, in Chino, July 17th, I'll be at Winter Circle Pro. August 29th, I will be at Epic Pro at Baldwin Park. So those are the two shows you can catch me at pretty soon.
Yeah. That's actually close to where I'm from. I'm from SoCal. Baldwin Park is actually that's where my Lola was at. That's where I would spend all my weekends, Yeah, and obviously pro wrestling has always been big here in SoCal. It's always nice to have Bay Area dudes come down here, get some work in. Who are you working on? What's the big match on that you're going to be working?
Well, at Winter Circle it's to be announced right now, but at Epic Pro, me and Bad Dude Tito are going to be running them ones over there in Baldwin Park. We were the first match announced for the new venue. So it's going to be Alpha Zoe versus Bad Dude Tito. For the first time, one-on-one.
Yo, that's a clash of kaijus. Baldwin Park, I've seen my fair amount of scraps over in Baldwin Park. Shout out to Sierra Vista High School. But I got I got Alpha Zoe here. I know I'm looking forward to that match because not only is Alpha Zo one of my favorite talents right now on the independents, we got
Why,
Bad Dude
thank you.
Tito doing big things out here in the world of wrestling. MLW, CMLL, New Japan Pro Wrestling, and not to underrate my Mozo here. He's always he's working all the independents out there. The West Coast Pro. You might have even seen this dude work Marvelous and Noah. That's right. He was in the Emerald Ring, my dude. That's
Mm-hmm.
we got a couple of two Japanese experienced wrestlers here about to go out of here in my small town of Baldwin Park. Again, Chino Hills on July 17th, and we got Baldwin Park over in August 29th. I'm looking forward to seeing you those days, man. This is phenomenal stuff, and shout out to you. Hope that 6-hour drive from the Bay ain't too bad. I always want to ask this, like when you drive down, right? What's your pit stop food like before you like hit LA? Like what's your like thing that you stop at to like get something to eat?
To be honest, I just get protein chips and anything protein based, and water and
Hey,
an energy drink. I don't really
hey,
actually like buy food. Sometimes I actually bring my meal prep with me. So
hey, that's professional wrestling. That's some healthiness right there. But yeah, thank you, man. I can't wait to see you, bro. Again, that's gonna be July 17th and August 29th. Come out, come out to Chino, come out to Baldwin Park, see your boy Alpha Zo, watch him hit that lariat, that side. Oh man, talk about one of the
Sidewinder.
best lariats and really the sidewinder. This man here, gotta love it. All right, thanks, Zo.
No problem, dog.
Ah, yes. Then, now, forever, we are in the WWE section of the Revue podcast. I got with me my bros from Nerd Talk, and I have Jeremy Feinstone of Speaking of Strong Style and the Fight Game Media Network. I have Matt of the Harvest Podcast Network.
Hello.
The Gary to my ace. And I have introducing here, I mean, she's been on the show before. You probably heard her on the commentary booth. You probably heard her on her MCU podcast. You probably heard her do some voiceover work. I have Lauren.
Hello.
So we're going to do a little bit of WWE talk right off the top. I am so surprised that the once Evil didn't win the NXT title in his first challenge for it. I was surprised that Naraku, as he's now calling himself, did not win. But I am not surprised that he now has the power of the poison mist, which, that's...
And fire.
And fire. Which, that's cool. Let's kabuki him up.
Let's go find out he controls fire and water. Wait, he already does control fire.
He controls fire?
Signing. So
yeah, I mean,
we just need water.
Yeah, because, the mist is, like, considered kind of like fog. And now I'm going to sound a little bit nerdy because... when I was a kid, I really liked the anime Naruto. So like whenever people ask me what village I want to be from, I want to say, of course, I want to be from the village of the Hidden Mist. It's always the coolest sounding one. But anyway, so Naraku loses in his NXT title challenge. Were you guys surprised about this?
No. WWE booking 101. Let the new guy lose on his way in for the most part, and then he'll win in the rematch in about a month or two. Same old shit, different day.
This is going to be a little bit of a clang, but I was sitting at the AEW Forbidden Door in the audience, and I was looking at the updates for the show, and I saw it, and I saw that Naraku just lost, and nothing, no interference, no anything, and I turned to Garrett Gonzalez and Dave Meltzer. It's like, so Naraku lost the match. Nothing happened. Nobody came. Nobody showed up. And we all just looked at each other and we just shrugged. And then we went on with our day. And it was like there were literally like there wasn't any surprise. Like, well, that makes perfect sense. Moving on.
Dave was happy anyway because Dave was happy anyway because of another match. But never mind.
Yeah. How was that live experience, by the way? How was that live experience?
It was a really good time. We had to get there at like 3 and do the media thing, and so we were in our seats by 4. So we were watching the whole show. Our heads were like cascading the hard cam. That's where we were. And so from there it was just a line of sight kind of thing. And then we did the press conference afterwards, and then because Dave is Dave, we all just spent about 30 minutes after the whole press conference just talking to Tony Khan.
Tony.
I just got there and I got 30 minutes with Tony Khan, and I was just like, "What the hell's happening here?"
Nice.
That was my night. That was my night.
Tony's a good guy. I like Tony. When I met him in Ontario, just like randomly, the same night I saw Brody King and all that stuff. He's a nice guy. Like he's not like a dominating presence. Just a nice guy though. I like him.
I like to think that I have a job in which I have to kind of assess somebody, like just kind of get a snap judgment of them, like gut instinct kind of thing, real quick. And I don't mean to be like weird when I say this, but Tony Khan has a lot of green flags. Like he makes you feel engaged, and you're the center of attention when you're talking to him. He's clear about what he's talking about. He remembers your name, makes you feel like you're important when you're talking, and does not talk down to you. Just all about it. He's just a totally human guy, and there's all these narratives about like, oh, Tony Khan, hates New Japan and just wants to take all these. Dude's running a business, and he's doing a pretty good job. And from what I saw, I am a big fan of the personal Tony Khan, right? Separate from the business Tony Khan.
You guys ever watched an episode where Hank Hill meets George W. Bush and shakes his hand, and like he gets a look on his face of like disappointment? So like the way Tony shakes hands is he shakes your hand. It's not like a tight grip, but he shakes your hand. He puts your hand on he puts your hand on on your shoulder. He's like, "Nice to meet you." Like he makes you feel like you've known him, and like he's like meeting you again. And even though you're meeting him for the first time, he makes you feel like you've known each other. And I think that's really cool, and that's like a nice part about him. I was so surprised that he knew me. I don't know how he knew me, but apparently he knew me. So I think that sometimes we put these people in a bubble, like and don't treat them as people. But it's always nice to meet them and like realize, hey, these guys who are running these billion-dollar companies are really at the end. They're all people. So good Tony interaction. And I'm so disappointed I didn't get to go. I'm so disappointed.
It was a really good show. I was super tired by the end of it though. Like we're talking about WWE and we'll get back to it, but very, very tired. It was like a 9-hour day. Like I didn't get home until 12:30, 12:45, and then I ended up doing a podcast recapping it afterwards. So I didn't
4 a.m.
Like 1:30, 2 a.m. on the Pacific Coast. It was a day that I will remember for a very long time.
I'm so happy for you. Like I remember I took my dog out to go potty, and I just was randomly I got the notification you guys are live. I'm like, they're going live right now? How?
We didn't want to do it the next morning. Like we talked about it. Like just it'll be fresh. We can bang it out and just be done. And glad we did.
Yeah, absolutely. I love having this live report, and I'm happy you guys had a nice time. I'm so sad I didn't get to go because, man, I would have loved to have sat with you and Dave and I tell the story all the time. I met Jeremy and I met Garrett, and I think I made friends. I think we're friends. I think we talk enough that I can say
I'll call you a friend.
This is my buddy up there. Yeah, hey, California guys, man. But anyway, let's get back to NXT. Hey, I have that effect on people,
You wore me down.
especially
I'll give you
like
that. I'll give you that.
if I'm sitting next to them. Apparently, I have this effect of like, let's just talk. Let me take a picture of your food so I can send it to my wife. But yeah, we're speaking of Dave Meltzer. We're going to talk about the NXT Women's Championship match. I thought was really good. We're talking about, of course, what's her name?
Kendall Gray and Lola Vice.
Kendall Gray and Lola Vice. Kendall Gray, a standout amateur wrestler, versus former UFC fighter Lola Vice. They worked really, really snug in here. I like the work in this match. It was the match of the show, which, bar is very low, but it was the match of the show. I liked it. The rest of the card didn't really mean much to me outside of like these two championship matches. But we had the North American title match. Miles Bourne won. The Chacon Sugars got beat up by Dark State. It was happening, and it was the first event happening on a PLE happening on the CW network. And apparently nobody watched it. But what did you guys think of the women's match?
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't watch NXT anymore. I gave up on it like 2 years ago. I think when Kyle O'Reilly and all those guys all started bailing out, it just felt like a get off here at the route. And also, I cannot stand the CW app. So I follow the Naraku stuff online, but I have absolutely very little to add to any discourse that would be which is better, Kendall Gray and Lola Vice or Mercedes Moné and Maya World, or anything in that orbit.
That's perfectly fine, man. I honestly, same with you, but I fell off like way earlier with NXT. I probably fell off with NXT like in 2019. Because I was watching
I'm
AEW
doing a New
instead.
Japan podcast. I don't have time for NXT.
Yeah. It was a big weekend for WWE, as it was also the Night of Champions. We had, of course, the opening match, which if you watch today on Netflix, there's no more blood in it, but that was the selling point. Braun Breaker versus Seth Rollins in a cage match got really bloody. It was worked pretty well. They took all the
blood out of that match? How?
They took all the blood.
They blurred his face.
Oh, okay.
They did a Christian Blue Dot deal in 2026. And it's just like, and this is a problem I have with Netflix and WWE anyway. Why do you do edited versions to post a couple of days later when you could just leave the live versions up? Especially for Raw in the UK, when we have the extra stuff that the US doesn't get to see. We have like these little mini promos that show up. Like that was where the infamous CM Punk one saying he would throw over Hulk Hogan if he has to, like about 2 months before he died in real life, happened. Like it's like, or where they basically put Javon Evans for like 6 months. They put him in these little mini promos on TV that no one saw because it was on Netflix internationally. I'm just like, so why are you suddenly deciding? Netflix, by the way, a platform that has most top-rated shows and has true crime, a lot of true crime and very bloody programming, and they suddenly decide, nope, WWE is a 12, aka a PG-13 now on Netflix, well, Night of Champions is, and we cannot show blood. I don't know why this has happened now. I presume either they're trying to do it so, I don't know, they've been trying to impress the administration over there in the US again this week, as we have seen with Cody Rhodes and Brainworm Bobby Kennedy Jr. doing his physical fitness business. So I hope this isn't. I hope it isn't gone back to the we will edit blood out or whatever. At worst, I hope they don't do things like they did that time with Samoa Joe and Finn Balor, and they had to stop the match like 3 times to get Joe cleaned up. Or it's their way of going, well, I think I know what it is, actually. Because as we know, the main event of Swerve and Ospreay at AEW got quite bloody. And this is probably their way of going again, oh, AEW does all the blood stuff. We don't do that here. No. We don't do blood.
The different, little more insidious kind of approach to it, and it's if they blur out the blood after the live broadcast, that makes the live broadcast more valuable to the viewers. Like, if you don't get to watch that live broadcast, you miss all that stuff that they'll blur out later on. So they're basically telling you, like, it is most important that you be here at this date and this time to watch this show, otherwise you might not get the full effect of the show. I have no doubt that they have that mentality in their brain to maximize getting as many viewers from the get-go rather than giving them, like, it's a win-win for them, right? You know, like, they air all the blood, everyone gets their thing, and they're like, oh, WWE, they'll go that distance. They'll do that thing, and then they'll remove it so that they look like they're being safe. They're being cautious and mindful of all the gratuity, but they still let it happen in the first place. So they get the best of both worlds, and they make sure that, like, if you want to see the full show, if you want to see everything, you got to be there live, otherwise you're not going to get all of it. And I don't like it, but I see why they would do it.
So I'm looking, and I haven't actually checked the video, but I'm seeing on Reddit that their YouTube channel is still uncensored. So
well, yeah. The ESPN YouTube also. This is great, Jeremy. You're gonna love this though.
Sure. Yeah.
Because I've been covering the ESPN WWE deal on State of Wrestling for like forever, right? And what ESPN's been doing ever since like the first PLE is posting the match, like the 5-minute cleaned up 5-minute highlight of the match, like about 2 minutes after the match ends. So like you don't really need to get the app to see what happens. You could just like go on the ESPN. I've got to be clear. The ESPN specific YouTube account posts like the last 5 minutes of the match, so you can watch the last 5 minutes of a WWE match. Which, you know, if you're a WWE watcher, you know the last 5 minutes of a WWE match is when they do all the spot, finisher, kick out. Here's the finisher, blah blah blah, end. So they put that all on the ESPN account, and on the ESPN account, it is still uncensored. It is still bloody. That is a thing. And your whole point about the ESPN app, I do think they want to drive people to go there to possibly watch it live, and also to watch the replay on the ESPN app itself, because it would be the uncensored version. I don't think anybody's posted about the ESPN app version of the show yet.
I had no idea until you guys mentioned it. Like, it just wasn't even on my radar.
Yeah. Yeah. It is, of course, like, it was only like 9 a.m. here on the West Coast when I found that out as I woke up, and I was like, oh, that's interesting.
I wonder in a few days if we'll get, oops, we put the wrong version up. This is the actual version we meant to put up, and then the blood will be mysteriously back in.
Yeah. Maybe. But, you know, Seth Rollins wins in a cage match. It was a really fun match, honestly.
How about a cage match with no interference? How about that?
Yeah. It's crazy.
Knocked me over with a feather on that one.
It's
totally
crazy.
Thought Bronson Reed might come back, you know, something, but no. Full steam ahead.
I don't think I'm going to go in chronological order. I will go build this up. So, you know, we have the U.S. title, Jade Cargill. You wanted interference. You wanted run-ins. Jade Cargill versus Tiffany Stratton for the U.S. women's title. You got all the interference here. You know, I think the drama of this was the post-match wasn't actually, the match was whatever, you know, was Jade Cargill posting some of the highlights for the match, and then Piper Niven, your mate Piper, completely saying, oh yeah, that's great that you're not checking out if she's okay or not, because you're just making sure that your moves are good. You're not seeing if they're actually safe, which, you know, it just happens to keep happening during Jade things, because apparently she's not really that well liked in that locker room. So,
immediately people are like, "Oh, this is an angle because Piper's coming back." Piper is nowhere close yet to being cleared.
she just had neck fusion surgery.
Yeah, so it's just like, this isn't an angle. This is Piper deciding, you know what, I've had enough of this. And it's like,
Also, shout out to Piper for her buy the buy post she put, because there's that stupid WWE Faith account that came after her for being gay, and I was like, what is going on here? What is it? And she's like, F you, I grew up Catholic, and in my church we never talked about any of the whole hate stuff. Even in fact, my deacon was gay. He had a boyfriend. He would he did the sermon and stuff, and he always shouted out his boyfriend when he was doing the sermon. I was like, oh yeah. So we had a weirdly progressive Catholic church upbringing, but there was the whole hiding behind your face so you can be a bigot stuff, and she kind of just shut them down. Shout out to you, Piper. Match was it's a WWE Women's Match special. B-Fab and Michin come out for the interference. Of course, here comes Charlotte and Chelsea Green to save the day. Charlotte hits Jade Cargill again with the title to screw Jade out of her title match. Second time in a row, because I think Charlotte is also the reason that Jade lost to Rhea at WrestleMania. So, pretty fun stuff there. All the interference that you were missing in the Braun and Seth match, Jeremy, there for you.
Yep. We had Chelsea, then we had Michin and B-Fab, and then we had Charlotte to set up Jade and Charlotte at SummerSlam, which
oh boy,
it's a big match for both of them. Charlotte still needs big matches from time to time, and Jade kind of needs to get out of the mid-card.
You've got one wrestler that sadly has been cut down in the prime due to knee injuries, and then you've got Jade, who hasn't improved despite being trained by people like Regal and Danielson when she was in AEW, and has not learned a damn thing, it seems, and got worse going to the PC. I mean, could be worse. Could be Vikingo.
When she is in there with a very good wrestler like Rhea Ripley, her matches are good. And so I have confidence with Charlotte. And I think that with the right dance partner, I'm confident Jade will have a passable match. And it'll be one of those mean woman Hawk matches, which I'm always here for.
Yeah.
And that part of it,
you want to throw heat, Charlotte will throw heat.
Yeah, yes. Charlotte's a perfectionist, right? She wants to have the best match that she can. And if she's got 4 weeks with Jade to kind of get her where she needs to be, that match is going to be better than people think.
I mean, ask Nia Jax what happens if Charlotte doesn't get the perfectionism in a match. Whack, for about 2 minutes.
Yeah. And, absolutely. We have here, of course, the first King of the Ring match that I'm gonna call, because it's the King of the Ring finals, the main event. 4 letters, 1 word. Lost. We have King of the Ring, Obafemi, going over Jey Uso. It was a decent match. For a Jey Uso match, Obafemi is one of the best performers for as short of a time as he's been in wrestling. This guy gets it. He's so good. He's so good.
He's one of those people that I wish was somewhere else so that I could watch
go ahead,
it.
Lauren.
Yeah.
I wish him and Braun, right? If Braun Breaker was in another system, I'd probably, and I'm happy that his uncle Scotty said, don't give WWE the Steiner name, because I think originally his name was going to be Rex Steiner, and then Scotty kind of told him, "Hey, don't give them the family name because you never know." And if Rex Steiner ends up out of WWE and ends up anywhere else, I think that guy might be something. And even in WWE, he still has that potential. But Obafemi is someone that's just you feel it on the screen, you see it in the ring, you hear it on the mic. This guy does everything. It was a pretty good match, and then he forgoed his WWE title shot at SummerSlam, which is the whole point of King of the Ring, to fight Brock Lesnar the next at SummerSlam in a Hell in a Cell.
I mean,
they spent WrestleMania trying to hype people up on Roman versus Oba for SummerSlam, and this is what happened. Wow.
I mean, talk about WWE doing their usual how to fuck up momentum 101. It's
Hey,
bad enough.
but you know what? Roman is still busy at SummerSlam. It's going to be him versus Seth Rollins for the WWE World Heavyweight title for the 14th time, I think. Maybe 15th, maybe 20th time. Who knows?
The potential last time, question mark. And by God, I wish they did a Kawada Musawa in Noah. We will fight one last time, then never fight each other ever, ever, ever again. Please do that, for the love of Christ.
Hey, if that match it comes up to that Noah GHC title match, at any even like 15% of that match, I think okay, great. That'd be great. But moving on, we had Danhausen and Liv Morgan. That's been the storyline for the last couple of weeks. Danhausen and the Judgment Day. So Danhausen and Liv Morgan have a promo. He curses Liv Morgan, and it's Liv Morgan versus Io Sky, one of my favorite wrestlers of all time, for the Queen of the Ring finals. Io does her, Liv takes some big bumps here, the Spanish Fly, all that stuff, and Io Sky, because Liv Morgan is cursed for some reason. That's the reason why she lost. Hits the over the moon salt and secures the Queen of the Ring, and instantly challenges Liv Morgan for the WWE Women's title at SummerSlam, the biggest party of the summer.
In Minnesota.
Yeah, in Minnesota. It happened. It happened. That brings us, of course, to the the WWE Undisputed World Championship match. Cody Rhodes, the American Nightmare, defending against the Ring General Gunther and the underdog from the underground, Sami Zayn. I just had to get the nicknames in there. I know that's not been Sammy's nickname forever, but I gotta say this. And yes, I'm gonna keep the gimmick going, so you guys don't have to worry. I knew Sami Zayn when he was El Generico's bag boy in PWG back in 2005. Sammy back then had a mustache, but he would keep it. He would hold it down, watch from the curtains as Generico and Steen and Super Dragon would have their matches and all that. So to see Generico's bag boy go from that to main eventing WrestleMania Night 1 in SoFi in front of I think it was almost 80,000 people, to all this. And I know there's this controversy around it because the whole politics thing. Hey, we get political on here. The Saudi regime. There was the whole show. Okay, it's political. This whole show. We didn't know if the show was happening because of the conflict and the war with Iran that was going on.
Yep.
That stopped passage through the Strait of Hormuz, and that was messing with a lot of the importing, exporting of this country of Saudi Arabia, who has this business deal with WWE for this PLE. So this. Just to be clear, this card was supposed to happen in May, and they pushed it back because of the war. And so it happened.
Isn't the rumor as well going around that's been said that Sammy was supposed to win it at Saudi Mania, and now they decided to do it at Night of Champions instead?
Yeah, because you don't know, you can't predict the future. But yeah, to get ahead of that, yeah. So Sami Zayn finishes the story. Inshallah, Sami Zayn wins the WWE Undisputed title, the belt. This is the belt. This is the title. Links him to the guys like The Rock, like Stone Cold Steve Austin, like Bret the Hitman Hart, guys like Bobby Lashley, guys like It's great to see the bloodline up. Put Data 2's We the Ones bloodline has both world titles. we up, guys. We up. I have always been a big fan of Sammy, of Remy Sabai. This is something that means a lot to him. I'm gonna put like the political stuff outside because I know like I just told you guys I do care about that. I do care that Sammy did that whole bit with Tony Hinchcliffe where he buried his own views and political views and the wokeness, and it was Sammy, why'd you do that, bro? But Kevin Owens did this post on X where he talked about like, this is my rival, this is like the best wrestler of all time, and this guy deserves it. And seeing Sammy drive on the freeways with his WWE title as fans record him driving with the WWE title in the passenger seat, just driving recklessly on the freeway. I'm happy for Sammy. It's been such a long ride from saying I'm a big boy, and if you've seen that promo online, you've seen that promo where he talks in a certain vernacular. But I'm very happy for Sammy. This is a guy that worked hard for so many years, and like injuries kept him down, booking kept him down. But he finally won the WWE title, and a lot of his promos is like, you can't just take this away from me. I am now part of history. So congrats to you, Sammy. But SmackDown spoilers. Sorry, spoiler alert. Cody Rhodes beat Jey Uso in a number one contender match, and it's going to be Cody Rhodes versus Sami Zayn. Not at SummerSlam. No, they are going to be facing each other at the Raw in Chicago this coming Monday.
Oh boy.
Look in my eyes. What do you see? A championship back on Cody. So,
Yay.
yeah. I don't know. Do you guys have any takes on the Sami Zayn title win?
Okay. First off, like you, I'm happy for Sammy finally getting the title win that he's deserved for, God, about 5-10 years too late. But, my issue is now, you've done that to Sammy, that's great, and then you fuck him over by saying, well, Cody's got another title shot for the millionth time. Let's talk about Gunther for a second. Gunther's next program looks like it's going to be retiring Nick Aldis. Because they got in a confrontation in the post-show.
Nick Aldis and Gunther are actually the same age. I just want to put it out there.
I guess that's well, you're not going to get to retire Brock. Sorry, we'll give you Brutus Magnus in 2026 instead.
Hey,
God damn, that's
something.
You're
Nick Aldis.
Oh, no, fuck that guy. He worked for Billy Corgan way too long.
How about you guys? You guys got any takes on this title win for the Sami Zayn?
It's another one of those things where I'm happy for him. I just wish it could have been any other company and any other location. So I came back to watching wrestling semi-regularly in about 2017 and more regularly, like, again, just weekly in 2019 when All Elite Wrestling came along. But I started to really like Sammy and Kevin because of somebody that I originally followed from Hobbit fandom and who is a big wrestling fan, particularly of Sammy and Kevin, Mythin on Blue Sky, and she wrote Fight Forever, The Ballad of Kevin and Sammy as JJ McGee. I really enjoyed it. And because of her enthusiasm, I got into them. So I'm like, yeah, I'm feeling happy for this guy who's always been the underdog, but at the same time, it feels sullied to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish this would have happened for him in 2023. I really wish he would have beaten Roman in Montreal.
Yeah.
And that's why I was happy to have Lauren here because she did tell me that story of falling into the Kevin and Sammy fandom because of her following someone that was super into it. And I definitely get feeling like this title win is solid because of like the circumstances around it. It's, it is what it is. That's what I can say. But as somebody that like really, really followed this guy through his 24-year journey, it's I could say it's bittersweet because it's happening now in the way it happened. But I can also say, like, it happened and he's in the history books. Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens, WWE champions. They cannot erase that. Even though they try sometimes. Anyway. Yeah, Jeremy, how about you?
I think if you ever really looked at the way that they booked Sami Zayn, both in NXT and the main roster, when he won that NXT title, he lost it within a week to Kevin Owens. You know what I mean? Like, that's how they look at him. It's like, he's the guy that wins to break your heart at the same time because he's the one that they will step on in order to get heat for the guy that they want to get heat for. And I think we're all in a situation where none of us were really sure they were actually going to put the title on Sami Zayn, and if all of us were to bet, it probably wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, I was surprised.
With that, yeah, right? And with that being said, it's pretty amazing that they managed to do it in a way where you're both happy for him, but everyone can look at the landscape and think, yeah, he's still not the top guy. He's still not the star, and you can start the clock as to when he's going to lose that title. And watching on Monday the victory lap that he took on social media with the belt and having a great time, I'm happy for him because it's going to be fleeting. It really does. It really feels fleeting. He might lose it at Raw. He might lose it at Saturday Night's main event. I just don't think he's going into SummerSlam with that title, and giving him one PLE with a title defense really feels like the bare minimum, and we're not going to get that, I don't think, unless they're going to do CM Punk and Sami Zayn at the PLE, which, no, that doesn't sound right. It really doesn't. It sounds like Cody and Punk, just like Meltzer kind of said it was going to be a while back with Chicago and the Raw and all that. There's just the landscape. I'm happy for Sami Zayn. I didn't think this was going to happen. I also understand the sentiment completely that he's totally fucked and it sucks.
Yeah. Lauren, I know you and me, we both grew up Mick Foley guys, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. And, the Mick Foley title runs were also fleeting. There was 3 of them, and I think they lasted a cumulative total of like 2 weeks, maybe.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
I think that if there's a comparison to make about like wrestlers and guys who like fought from the bottom to get there, Sami is sort of like a modern day Foley, and like the beard, the underground buildup, because Cactus Jack had that run in Japan and in ECW, and Sami has that independent run. I do think that there's a comparison there, but at least it happened. That's all I can say. At least it happened. And I want to thank all 3 of you for joining me here for this WWE portion of the review. Thank you guys for joining us here and listening to this review of Night of Champions and WWE NXT Great American Bash. Jeremy, where can people find you if they wanted to find you?
I'm usually found all my stuff on Fight Game Media. I do an AEW recap show called the AEW Fight Game Media post-game show every month after the AEW shows, as well as a weekly New Japan podcast called Speaking Strong Style, which airs live every Thursday on the Fight Game Media YouTube channel at 5:30 p.m. Eastern. And you can find me at Jer Firestone on X, Twitter, whatever that's called. Yeah. Thank you.
How about you, Lauren? Where can people find you if they wanted to listen to you, follow you?
All right. So you can find everywhere that I'm at professionally. That includes writing, voice acting, audiobooks, podcasting, all of that on my website, lwsalinas.com. And you can find me on Blue Sky at Sithwitch, where I hang out and live skeet wrestling, particularly AEW and Mystery Wrestling and occasionally GCW.
I absolutely love that. Matt, I know we have the Harvest Podcast Network. I know Deathmatch Royalty is available on Spreaker. But where can people follow you?
You can follow me on Blue Sky, Instagram, Twitter, X, whatever name they give it this week. Legion AOD. That's LEGION AOD. It's an Army of Darkness thing. Massive geek. And I have to give a shout out as well to Lauren for recommending me a Battlestar Galactica podcast.
Yeah.
A number of years ago.
Nice.
But that will become more clear in the next episode of Nerd Talking. That'll make more sense on that as to why.
Definitely, thank you guys.
Absolutely, you're welcome.
Todos. Bienvenido a La Prescripción con Doc y Números de Americas. Y we have a special guest with us. You know, this is Doc, a.k.a. Dr. Swagner Jr., a.k.a. The Great Swag Stay, a.k.a. Crying Tiger Mask, a.k.a. Black Tiger for the Culture, a.k.a. your host, and hold on. I gotta be right back. I gotta take this call. But we'll start. So, like nothing happened. So joining me in Arturo today is, of course, I'm introducing it, just like those ice cream sandwiches from the Bay Area. Bunnie. What's up, Bunnie?
What's up? This is my first time doing a podcast ever, I think. So, it'll be interesting.
Yeah. Hey, we're all about inviting people here. And, they always make jokes about, like, certain fandoms and their case of the tisms and ADHD. I have ADHD, and I have hyperfixations on stuff. Sometimes it's pro wrestling, sometimes it's anime, sometimes it's basketball. I try to have that hyperfixation on baseball, but I'm too casual of a fan to really dig deep. So my tism is not that it's not that strong. And Bunnie here, Bunnie has like a whole listing of matches they've rated over the years. That is a strong bout of the tism.
So it's just the stuff that I've watched this year, which is up to 2150 matches from 2026.
Yeah. Holy cow. That is so many matches.
And that's with shipping WWE and AAA. I have not watched any of the two promotions at all.
Yeah.
So that's that's roughly in 160 days, that's roughly like 12 and a half. See, this is my tism. My tism is numbers. So about 12 and a half matches a day. Right. So 12 and a half matches a day. That's pretty goddamn impressive. That's like 2-3 hours a day on wrestling. I am impressed, right?
And I think, honestly, the Wrestler of the Year standings that I track is more impressive to see it at a point system based on the ratings for it.
Who do you have right now? Just so actually give a little bit of background on that because I'm familiar with that. Give me a little bit of background with that to people who are listening. And who do you have right now?
So right now it's Mystico. So, and because of the way my point system works, it tends to favor people who work a ton.
Yeah.
And so, to that, CMLL is very highly represented within the top 100, even the top 10. 7 out of the top 10 is CMLL. It's Mystico, Masada, Templario, Ultimo Guerrero, Soberano, and Shelwa. 6 out of 10. My bad. But the way the point system works for me is I rate matches on a scale of 0 to 5 in increments of 0.25. And then I assigned a point value for each rating. And so from 0 to 2, it's worth minus 1 point. I count that as a dud, essentially. I just keep the numbers so I can track it easier. And then it goes up by 1. It goes to 0 at 2.5 and 2.75. 1 or 2 to 2.5. 1 point at 2.75. 2 at 3, and then it goes up by 1 until 4. Then when it then goes up by 3, and then it goes up by 4 once you get to 5 stars. So a 5-star match is worth 21 points on the year.
Yeah. And just to let people know, CMLL runs like 3 shows. They run more than 3 shows a week, but like they run 3 major shows a week: the Tuesday show, the Friday show, and the Saturday show, and sometimes the Sunday show.
I watch all 6 shows every week that make air now. They started airing Domingo. They started airing the Sunday show. So that means, and Puebla. So that means Puebla. So Puebla on Monday, Arena Mexico on Tuesday, Guadalajara on Tuesday, but it airs on Thursday. Arena Mexico Friday, Coliseo Saturday, and Arena Mexico Sunday.
Yeah. They're running the Wednesday show, aren't they, too? They're running the Wednesday show now, too, right?
All that, I don't think I'd watch anything else.
But wait, Bunnie, they're running the Wednesday.
Yeah, they're airing it. It just doesn't air anywhere because it's...
Yeah.
The miércoles, yeah. By the way, actually, like, I have a question for you related to that. I have a question related to that, which is, so, effectively, we have, one of the guys we've talked about in terms of the Hall of Fame is Volador, right? And given that you're watching...
Yes.
Given so much watching of the CMLL shows, what do you think about Volador's case for the Hall of Fame?
I think Volador, it should be, is a Hall of Fame talent. I don't think he is as good as he once was, but he is still good. He's in a weird, I don't know if this will make any sense, he is in a weird state where he is clearly washed compared to where he once was.
Yes.
But is also still very good because who he once was so damn good.
Yeah.
I kind of think, the perfect example of this...
Who he once was like the best worker. Like, if we're just talking about work rate, and I'm not talking about like specifically their in-ring work, but like someone that works like that does so much work and does so much in the ring. He was one of the most athletic, biggest work rate guys 12 years ago. Like,
how much credit?
I'm putting him on the same level as Tanahashi.
How much credit are we giving him for this current wave of CMLL popularity? Because I feel like of all the guys, he's probably the most influential in terms of like the training and the work rate and the layouts.
I think it's a very weird case because I think he started to slow down right as they hit what I think will probably be the peak of the popularity. So I think so it's just a weird, interesting dynamic of a guy who is clearly not what he once was, still near the main event scene, which I kind of think it's time that he moves out of the semi-main and main events every week. I think he should probably be in the 5th or 6th match most nights now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think for this most recent run, like, I was watching the Fantasticamania show, and this has been the case for a while. They'll put him into the mains, or they'll put him into, like, he's gonna inherit the Blue Panther role, right? Where Panther and Guerrero are the steady hands that they bring in and the legends that they bring in. And I think Boulder's transitioning to the role where he's going to be the legend, the in-house legend that can basically like work any spot, which is essentially kind of what Guerrero is doing now. Guerrero basically is the guy they have around, and but he also trains all the people, which is the same kind of role I see. Like Bolador is the guy who's training all the flyers, right? So this is kind of like the weird part with me with the Bolador is like I was already kind of a yes voter on him, but I feel like I have to give him more credit for this particular. I have to give him a lot of credit for this run because like you can see his footprint, his fingerprints all over the style that's being worked, right? Like he's kind of the guy that like everyone kind of refers to as kind of like the influence, right? So I mean, like if I'm giving, I mean, obviously Mystico's getting the big credit, but I think Bolador deserves a significant amount of credit for being he's kind of the steady hand for this particular kind of like drawing run, right? It's like
I wanted to, I think where he is now is, he kind of reminds me of where Atlantis was around like 2009, 2008, 2010, where it's like, yeah, he still have good performances on occasion, but he's probably higher booked than he probably should be at this point, but also you can't blame them for booking him in that position type of. Yeah.
Well, I mean, he makes it
definitely.
like every time they put him on these like trios matches on top, he's a really great hand, right? So it's like exactly. You know that you don't need him to shine because you're booking him against like Sky Team or like Bandito and Commander or like Takeshita or what like
exactly.
But he's a guy that you put him in that spot, and it's a little bit like who he reminds me of actually. The last really good year Jericho had, right?
Yeah, no, I get what you mean.
Because again, Jericho's a very lucha worker, and he's not the guy who's shining necessarily, but he's the guy who's making it so that like everybody who's working with him, like I remember the great Bandito Jericho match, where like Jericho he was there to make Bandito look good, right? And it worked, right? And I think that's kind of what you get with him, and it's a credit to him that like you have all these guys that look great, right? I think in that particular show. So like I'm very much like this is I'm basically kind of rehearsing the case I'm going to make for him for the Hall of Fame because I do think I think his case has gotten stronger over the last 3 or 4 years. Basically, is my take on. And I already thought that Volar's case was pretty strong. I just think it's gotten stronger because look at what his trainees are doing. You know what I mean? And he's still kind of around near the top of the card when they're putting up like record like ticket numbers, right? It's like to the argument you were saying is like
when we talk.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, I mean like when we talked about his case last year, just on the work alone that he did for like the last 15 so years, I would put him as one of the top workers in lucha of all time. But it was just the other people who were also there with him. Like Los Infernales. We had them up there with Doral Dixon, with the White Wave. We had them in there with those guys. We're like, Doral Dixon and Gran Hamada are definitely. I can't vote for anybody else but these two. So everybody's fighting for that last road, and I had to go with the White Wave. The
point I'm getting to is that right now we have to consider this era of CMLL one of the golden eras for CMLL, right? Or one of the golden eras for Lucha, because the level of tickets that they're selling. Well, no, I mean the level of tickets that they're selling is, it's historic, right? They're selling, they're getting seen by. Something like how many tickets are they selling on a week-to-week basis? Like, we're talking, we got to be hitting
40,000,
40 to 50,000 a week, right? Like 2 million in a year, and you're like, okay, so if I have to look up Hogan and Connect to like and like Prime Steve Stone Cold to like compare your ticket sales to for multiple years, then shit, man, like everybody who's in the particular kind of main event scene has to be considered for the Hall of Fame, and that has to be part of the discussion, right? Like their whole I think CMLL did more tickets probably than all of Japan, right? I'm trying to think. When was the last time I could say that Japan did more tickets than CMLL did last year? I'm gonna have to go back, right?
Probably in 1995, man. 1995.
Probably.
Go ahead.
Now, All Japan did the amount of tickets. I don't know if they've ever done it because they didn't. The Budokan is what 13,000 if I remember correctly.
Well, I'm pretty sure. If I say all of Japan,
they did
all
two
of Japan
domes.
all of Japan in the 80s. There are years in the 80s where they basically But
Possibly.
I'm talking. I'm sure in the 21st century, more tickets than like CMLL did like last year, which I think. I mean, again, some people understand. CMLL I think did like 2 million tickets last year. I think was the number we were talking about, and that's kind of a pretty historic. Like that's I mean, you're moving 40 to 50,000 tickets a week. That's pretty fucking insane, right? And then you have to go, okay, so
zero comps. Zero comps, by the way.
I mean,
no
as I said, Canek, Hogan, Austin, right? These are the names, like, and Santo probably, like Santo. I mean, I'm sure there are eras in the '60s where they did similar, right, back in the day. But go ahead.
My thought is, I wonder how well, since we don't know the numbers for Brazos Villanos, I wonder how well those compare. Like, if we could actually look at the numbers for those, I wonder how that era of UWA.
You mean late 70s? I mean, they have Torero. I don't think Torero wasn't running. I mean, I'd say. I'm thinking Torero for Cuatro Caminos was probably running maybe 20,000 a week at most. I don't think they were running. Again, the trick is the volume. Yeah. I think over $1 million is probably there. I don't know. Again, 2 million. Yeah. Like, again, this is rarefied air. This is like, okay, yeah. I mean, but the point being that, like, I think that we have to start thinking about this era of CMLL as an era that, like, man, these guys, like, look at the numbers they're putting up. Like, these are Jordan numbers. I mean, like, and how do we kind of, like,
it's
obviously Mystico. Go ahead.
I wouldn't put it only distinctly on Mystico's shoulders, though Mystico is the front-facing face of the promotion. But
like what you're saying about Volador also, like, you know, being in the training part, but he's also in these main events too. He's being put on these cards to help sell these tickets.
It's funny the people who are going to get, like, who deserve credit. What, Rocky? Rocky deserves some credit. I think Guerrero deserves a lot of credit.
Oh, absolutely.
I think Volador deserves a lot of credit. I think the Hermanos Chavez should get some credit, right? It's like, but
I would give Rocky Romero so much credit, especially that run he had like a year or two ago, where he, you know, still he is a top heel. He's a top Rudo in CMLL.
Well, he's kind of retired at this point from that. He's not working as much anymore.
Yeah.
But, like, he was kind of a critical component. Go ahead.
Man, me and Rocky the same age, man.
I kind of think the CMLL Golden Boom is kind of just, think of it as a pyramid, and Mystico is at the top of that pyramid because he is the one who has the connection with the crowd, who draws sweat no matter who is opposite of him. The other guys, there's some that are draws, some that are not, but they do rely on opponents. But Mystico draws. But
absolutely,
the rest of the pyramid is built upon the other guys propping up his formula, because the main events are his formula.
Yeah, guys like Averno, guys like Volador, who was working with him.
Averno's another one who deserves a lot of credit.
To create that.
Yeah.
I kind of have noticed one critique about CMLL in general, and especially the young, in terms of in-ring, not in terms of business, in terms of in-ring, is a lot of the younger generation, I don't want to say aren't true Rudos, but they really miss a little bit of the edge that someone like Ultimo Guerrero and Averno brings to those main events. And it became noticeable for me around Leyendas how much they're missing. Like, Zendoken has helped it a lot, but true
I love
Rudo, he's amazing. Just a Rudo's Rudo type. And I think that would really help benefit the next generation.
Yeah, because Sobe is not really... Like, okay, so people talk about Sobe as like this top star and all that stuff, and he's a Rudo, like, in name only, because when he comes out there, he certainly doesn't act like he does the Rick Rude act, right, with the stuff, but then they still like give him all the love, because how could you not look at that guy? Even in Japan,
I think
wouldn't be surprised if you see Soberano coming from Osaka.
Yeah, so they've looked into the whole formula with AEW guys coming in and healing, and it's good for AEW guys. It's good for them because it lets them keep a lot of their talent face. And essentially, that's the thing I would lean into. Like,
Speedball in Coliseo is a big star, man.
Well, not
Speedball
even like, but like
Coliseo
you want to start like having a guy. If you can bring a guy like Claudio to be your heel for like top heel for like 3 or 4 months at the heavyweight level and draw with that, that's great because you can keep your guys face and then bring the foreign talent in to do that. Or MJF come in and be your top heel for a bit. And it helps, I mean, it kind of helps both sides and it helps them. And I kind of lean more into that because it does kind of work for them. But I mean, like, yeah, they do need to kind of like, I mean, who's their top heel now? I mean, top heel is what, Bolador right now? Averno?
Yeah, it's definitely Bolador.
I would probably argue Sandokan. I'd probably argue Sandokan.
Well, I think Sandokan.
Well, Sandokan he just came back.
Sandokan. Yeah, but Sandokan's like I basically I call him the B heel because his main rival probably right now is that's the thing that his main rival is probably Villano, right? And Villano 33, who really kind of I think they're confused with him because they're effectively booking him like a tweener, but really he's kind of. He's clearly a face right now. It's very kind of like they need to fully embrace him as like a face, right? Villano is the face, right? Yeah. Villano 33. He should be like his. He should be like their.
Yeah, Villano Trash Jr. is definitely like we were talking about this. Of any of the Villanos who could work unmasked, like he is probably going to be the one that loses the mask and like gains
here's
from
the
it.
thing. Here's the thing. I would probably like have let's say you're building to a program where it's Sandokan and Villano 33, and you use the program to flip Villano 33. I'd probably have Sandokan lose the mask because since Sandokan's like if you're doing that as a mask. Well, no, but like Sandokan's working as a pirate. Pirate can work without a fucking mask. He doesn't need a fucking mask. He can put like an eye patch. Like he put an eye patch on him, right? Like
Pirata Morgan.
Just put an eye patch
want
on
my
him.
unrealistic?
Good.
The unrealistic way I would turn him. Like if I had control of the book, I know this would never happen because of the politics of CMLL. I would do Villano 33 and Atlantis Jr. Have Atlantis Jr. lose the mask, and I would double turn. I would do a double turn.
Nobody likes Atlantis Jr., man. Nobody likes Atlantis.
Exactly. Like you should probably turn Atlantis. Villano, you should probably turn Villano 33. Like I'm not saying do that now. I would probably say that for Anniversario 95.
Well, no. See So here's the thing you want to do is like you figure out which one of these guys speaks perfect English, right? And whichever one of them speaks perfect English, you make the heel. And he comes out in a suit, and he says, just like do the opposite of the Grande Americano, like basically redo the Eddie, I'm not Mexican, the Gringos Locos thing where like he's just cutting promos in English to the crowd, right? Coming out in suits and cutting English promos, right? And like
you're saving Atlantis Jr.'s career right now, man.
But I don't think his English is good enough to do that. Like if he could, sure.
I think the interesting thing about Atlantis Jr. to me is he is just perfectly fine. Like nothing else. Like I have no opinion about Atlantis Jr. He just exists. He's a pretty solid in-ring worker. But he just kind of exists to me. I don't know that
to use a comparison that the American fans will understand. He's Dom Mysterio if Dom Mysterio was less charismatic but a better worker.
Exactly that. Like he's not either a Spingay or the new Black Tigers here of I don't want to watch him work, but he's also not someone I'm like I'm gonna go out of my way to watch him work.
I'm actually I've seen Atlantis Jr. when he works in the States with he's fine if you put him in he'd be better served not necessarily just being a guy, but he's not he's very much not in the top. He's not Villano 33. He's not Sandokan. He's not a Stinghay. He's not Commander.
He's not Selhua.
Right.
No.
I mean, I would rather bring in Vengador, the guy who was working in Vengador was freaking great. The guy who looks like Shun Skywalker.
I'm confused on why. Speaking of people who came in for a tour and for what's the student tournament? Sorry, my brain is forgetting. Feroz and Estudiante Jr. should be working way more than they do within CML. I think both of them should be the future within those two.
I mean,
They're
I
both
think
excellent.
one of the things that happens that people don't get is there's a couple things. One is a lot of the Mexican wrestlers, the luchadors, have side gigs and like pretty good side gigs where they make money.
Is it Estudiante? They're kind of pairing him up with the guy who's also a heart doctor, and then there's like the guy that's also like a medical asesino kind of the character. Also, like they should pair them all up, like
Ola Blanca style. You mean?
Yeah, because they're actually teaming up like the guy that's an actual heart doctor with a guy whose gimmick is like a medical asesino type of thing with Estudiante, and they're saying, "Oh, make Estudiante El like how do you say intern?" Like they want it to be like, "Oh, this is like a medical team." Like, and I was like, "Oh, that's very interesting."
El interno estudiantes.
Yeah, hey, that's a good sound. I think as far like what's always been an issue with CMLL, that like they got over because of COVID, was there was always a roadblock at the top of old talent unwilling to move aside for the future talent. This is why, like in the 2010s and early 2000s, we had Rocky, Marco Corleone, etc. Alex Kozlov do that jump to Triple A and jump back and forth because of the refusal for the top of the card. And you even see this with like guys like when Rush left CMLL, he wasn't elevated at that point, but also he was actually being paid by Ring of Honor. That's why he brought him and Dragon Lee over to Ring of Honor, was to get those contracts. And what we're seeing right now is there's a whole lot of young talents, your Neons, your Brillantes, your Doradas, like Zelhuas. We're talking about Zandokan, Viano Tres Jr., Viano Tres, El Hijo de Viano Tres, Los Caballeras. Like these are all guys like in their 20s, some of them in their like early 20s, who have like really spoken to the crowd and really connected. But they're not like in the case of a guy like Soberano Jr. and Zandokan, they're very over, but they're never used in a spot where they can be more than a B-level main event. And that's not to say like, that Mystico or Volador or Averno should step down. It's just like that's always been a thing in CMLL, is the old guard not stepping back. And that's not Blue Panther, because Blue Panther would always puts people over. It's more like whatever they had there weren't working to have the next generation come up. Like, like your Atlantis. That's why you have a lot of Atlantis haters. So it's just that's just been also always an issue with CMLL, is getting that next generation over. And that's exactly why AAA was created, was because guys like Conan and didn't think didn't see themselves ever getting over with that audience, because that old guard, specifically, it's always going to be these guys. Even like to the point where you had Santito, Octagon, and Blue Panther leave CMLL for that same reason, because of the old guard not being willing to work with these guys to get them over to that point, because it's lucha, no yab, right? That's lucha. So just to give historical context to what we're talking about. And I also wanted to say this, as far as, because we're talking about the future of CMLL on just like the talent wise. So guys, we talk about tickets for CMLL, but did you know that a lot of the football club tour buses, as part of these packages, these tour packages, they sell tickets to these CMLL shows, because CMLL has a direct line of contact to the Board of Tourism. Did you guys know this?
Yeah.
And I believe that this is genius. You are specifically creating this market where Lucha Libre is, that's a great thing about marketing. Lucha Libre is seen as the culture, right? And we see it in movies, we see it in Coco, see it in movies like El Dia de los Muertos, the Book of the Dead. You know, we see it in this is a game from I think before you were born, Bunnie, but we see it in things like Grim Fandango, where things sort of get remarketed and resold as something bigger than it was. So what we have in Lucha Libre is a market now, a bigger market now because of all the tourism happening in Mexico City, and CMLL, because they're not ran by marks and carnies. I mean, they're carnies, sure, they're in wrestling. You got to be a carny in wrestling, but they're also ran by business people. Like, these are people who CMLL is owned by the Lutheracs, who are like, can we call them like sort of the Hiltons, sort of one of those like real estate moguls? Like, this is like the equivalent. This family is worth like hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars of what they bring in outside of pro wrestling. Pro wrestling is their side. That's their side hustle. That's their hobby. They make millions and millions of dollars outside of wrestling thanks to their real estate ventures, and that getting the connection to the Board of Tourism, bringing in fans like to their three big shows, like the Tuesday, the Friday, and the Saturday show. And it's very, the way that CMLL has done business, despite what you read from the fan base online, because there's a lot of like,
by the way,
CML fans do not like
I'm looking I'm looking at the City Bus, right, which is one of the city which has a wrestling specific tour that includes the round trip transportation to Arena Mexico, meet and greet with the wrestler, and admission to the wrestling event as part of the ticket, right? And if people who don't travel, like, what happens in a lot of these tourist destinations is like all these big cities will have like a tourist or a bunch of tourist buses, right? And you get in, you get a ticket. Yep. And I do this a lot, like when I travel with my wife. We'll get the first day, right? We'll get there. We'll get one of these tourist buses and just get on and like ride it to like kind of like get a feel for the city. Want to research it beforehand and do that, but like Rome will have it, like Madrid, New York, any big city will have it. And Mexico obviously have that, but it's also like one of the events that's like geared to it is the tour buses, right? The lucha, right? So the lucha is an event that's tied to the experience of the city, right? Essentially.
Yeah. So right now we have a lot of. So we're talking about, by the way, this show. It's a review on Fantasticamania. The Fantasticamania was a complete sellout. This partnership with New Japan and CMLL goes back, I think, about from 2010, and it's paid off tremendously for both companies. The tours that they would have, the Fantasticamania tours that they have in America, always a sellout. The Fantasticamania tours that when CMLL goes to Japan, they always do big money there. And these shows, these Fantasticamania shows that they run out of Arena Mexico that bleed into Coliseo on Saturdays, it's always a success because, Arturo knows. Arturo knows the sort of kinship between Mexicans and Japanese. I just this morning saw a couple of soccer fans, football fans from Japan and Mexico have a face off in King of Fighters. And if you're a fighting game fan, you know exactly why that's hilarious, because Mexico is number one in King of Fighters. Ha ha ha, or ja 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 ja. So I just really I want to say this, like, before we start, like, on the whole thing, because I know you guys are going to go into your thing, that this partnership between New Japan and CMLL has been fruitful, not just on, like, a talent-wise, because, we've seen guys like Naito, after that failure in 2012, go to Japan, reinvent himself, and, it became Los Ingobernables. We had the same thing with Nakamura a couple years before, trying to find what the heck he's going to be. Goes to Mexico with Tanahashi, comes back, and he becomes Michael Jackson, kind of.
Hiromu and Despy. Hiromu and Despy have been the junior division for the last 10 years. Different argument that they probably should like it's probably a good thing that they're stepping back. But and I just one slight
Shout out
thing.
to Nox
It was 2009 that the partnership started, but Fantasticamania started.
Yeah.
Just I remember that I watched every Tokyo Dome show ever a while ago, and I remember that the 09 Wrestle Kingdom had Mystico and Apollo 55 versus Avano and Great Bash Heel.
I believe that card also had some TNA talent. But I do think that there's this.
Well, by the way, you mentioned Naito, but I think it's important to mention, who did Naito team with on a second tour? Who was the important wrestler he teamed with on a second tour of Mexico, right?
How you know?
How you know, my man?
Huh.
Like La Sombra, like and like how much did Naito take from Andrade, right? And if you kind of think about it, it's kind of funny because like effectively that's kind of who Naito figured out that, hey, I need to be like fucking, and you can see it when they work together, or like Naito's looking at him like, holy shit, look at this guy, right? And which is the right reaction to have when you're looking at Andrade, right? And I think that like that's kind of funny that like that kind of Riz, right? Working like Andrade, working like Rush, is what like Naito brought to the table and like took him over to the next level. And again, like that's the thing that kind of like Riz always gets over in Japan, like and it's just kind of funny, right?
I really do.
Latino
to this day, you know, when Naito stares at somebody and says El Chingono Campo Cabron, like that's straight out of the Rush playbook, and he just hawks a loogie at him. Man, I really do miss Naito's knees, though. I miss that guy.
It is kind of funny, like, if you look at the Ingo analysis, people get mad at me. Like, Naito was trying to work like La Sombra, and, like, you know who Evil was trying to work like?
Who?
Rush.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I see it.
Like, think about Evil's look. Think about Evil's look and how he's trying to present himself. He was fucking trying to do Rush, right?
The brawling style also, like the way that he's trying to,
which again, like, no lack of disrespect, that's exactly you should kind of like take, because fucking Rush is cool, but like, yeah, I mean, like, once you see it, it's kind of obvious, right? Like, bring that style over.
Kamai Tachi and Dragon Lee have one of the best rivalries, so you know you got Hiromu in the Dragon. Hey, that's funny. Holy shit, that's funny. Okay, I never saw it like that. Well, and Arturo knows that I'm a huge Evil fan. He's definitely going to win the NXT title. I believe, you know, this will come out after that show, so I believe in the NXT champion Naroku. You know, I believe in that. Yeah. Naroku is coming. Anyway, so when you guys sort of like look at the partnerships that is happening within this current world of pro wrestling, the New Japan CMLL partnership, but there's also a partnership with CMLL and so many other promotions. We're talking about Stardom. We're talking about TJPW. We're talking about MLW, where the world never stops. You know, we're talking about, of course, their partnership with Rev Pro in the UK, and we're even talking about the partnership that they have with one AEW, which, you know, we were talking about earlier about sellout shows. So Fantasticamania sold out like right away, and at the show they did the whole WrestleMania thing where they announced a future show, and that's going to be in November. I think they're calling it Lucha Kingdom, and tickets are going to go fast for that also. But one thing that's not going fast in Mexico City with all this lucha happening, because, you know, later on this summer there's going to be night one, I think, of Triple Mania happening in Mexico City. That's already it's already sold out. They're also having these are the three shows that aren't really selling out right now in Mexico City, and I'm gonna say them like in chronological order, as in like what's happening first. So Grand Slam, AEW Grand Slam in Arena, Mexico. SmackDown and Raw are not really moving tickets right now. It's really funny. It's really funny to me. I think that they thought the partnerships would translate to their own companies, but the fans aren't there to watch AEW or watch
WWE. They're there to watch CMLL, and they're there to watch AAA. And what are your guys' takes on that?
I don't think that's exactly right because I do think that like CML has had like real success with essentially like having shows built around AEW main eventers, right? Like when they were doing the travel shows for Fantasticamania in Japan, a lot of these shows, like they had the card with like fucking Johnny Mundo on top, right? Johnny Consejo. And again,
their match over delivered way more than it had any right to.
Well, see, also numbers, bro. You're forgetting the point that Johnny Consejo was a big draw for AAA as the mega champion. You're forgetting that also, man.
The thing about that, like people talk shit about Morrison, but Morrison's another guy who, at a point, was like one of the best workers in the world, and like he is in Mexico, he basically outkicks his coverage because he can work the style. He knows how to he can talk to the talent. He knows how to work a lucha match. He's very good as a base. His look is great, and he kind of like do that. But like I do think that CMLL has found that they can. Well, I do think that CMLL has found that they can build and sell shows around AEW talent, right? So for them, like sending their talent over to AEW to work and get like big with the national audience, particularly since they are doing like looking for tourist dollars, having those guys over and then like bringing attractions from AEW for tours is perfect for the way they kind of structure their houses. So I do think that like AEW does have real value as a brand for CMLL in terms of like booking those shows and selling those shows. Like so AEW can sell. So weird thing. AEW can sell tickets in Mexico, not necessarily in the US, but they can sell tickets in Mexico.
Do you think that it's not selling too well right now because of the ticket prices trying to be competitive with WWE's exorbitant prices?
I think that is a major part of it, and I do think that is a major selling point for CMLL. Is they own the arenas, it's affordable. They run, they can charge not whatever they want. They still need to make some profit, but they can realistically charge way under market value because they don't have to pay for the arenas.
Well, we know that they're selling them in these tourist packages, which basically means they're getting like a pretty fair chunk in terms of that because they're getting more money from that. And that's also kind of like subsidized by the go. Like that's the thing with those tours. All that stuff is subsidized by the local governments too. So they're getting some breaks on that shit. So
it's because it's also like a part of the cultural, like I think it's cultural heritage thing there. They get a break on it. Roy Lucier was on the show like a couple weeks back. Talking about like how most of the people there that were around him, because you usually see Roy like in the first or second row, right? You see him like there on the TV, and like he was having conversations with, because he's surrounded by all these gringos, and he's like, oh, like so you're a fan? He's like, oh no, I have never watched wrestling before, but I'm. So when you're looking at the people like that are in the front rows of this show, they're the people who pay for that top tier tour package from the football company from the tourist company that Arturo was talking about earlier. And they're filling out these sections with these tourists who are willing to pay those exorbitant prices. So who knows how much off the top that CMLL gets, but obviously it pays off for them. And the last time I went to Arena Mexico was it would have been like about 2014-ish. Yeah, 2014 is the last time I went to Arena Mexico. Tickets at the door, not really expensive. I think I paid about like maybe $10 for like a lower bowl seat, which is tremendous. Man, I remember the michelada I had there too. Anyway, but like this is I do think that the prices, being what they are, it might be what's keeping like the local audience, the regulars who go to the CML show from going to this. And also, I don't think AEW has that same agreement with the tourist company to sell those seats for them. So
correct.
So I like what CMLL gets out of this is AEW pays them the fee to rent the building for the night, and it's last year it was a really good novelty too, so it's very weird to me that they're not really doing a repeat on that, but it's AEW. They'll probably at the last minute do 3-4-1 specials and all that stuff, probably really lower the ticket prices, because right now for AEW and WWE, this WWE specific shows, the CMLL Mania show, that's sold out already.
but the SmackDown and Raw aren't selling because I don't know why. I think there's a lot of people who don't really care about the WWE or AEW product themselves, but they like seeing those wrestlers in the setting of lucha. I think that's the kind of difference. It's the setting. So like you bring the actual show here and it's just like, I guess. But why do you guys think that those shows aren't really selling at the rate that, the Fantasticamania show, which sold out, I think it sold out like in February when they announced it. So it's just very, I'm just very curious what your guys' take on this.
I think it is a mix of just they're struggling to sell, but they will eventually make a good number, as AEW always does. They have a few options that could sell if they get politics done, which I doubt could be done, if they want to just sell based off of drawing power. Some people who aren't welcome back into Arena Mexico, essentially, who will never be welcome back into Arena Mexico. But I do think the more likely option is they will just do a 3-for-1 type of deal.
Yeah,
and
too
I
bad
do think
Rush can't work the show.
That's exactly who I was alluding to. I was like, I think he could draw a big house the first time he's back in Arena Mexico. But in no world is anyone from Los Munes ever coming to Arena Mexico again.
Hasn't Andrade worked Arena?
He hasn't since his return.
He's all over the posters for this, so he's definitely probably going to work it. Some of the other news, like little hubbub, is Jalistico has sort of like kind of made a little bit of peace with the office. I think this is where things like this partnership with Tony Khan sort of is playing into like, because if you're a Mexican fan and you're watching AEW TV, you're seeing Rush all over the television, being badass, right? You're seeing this guy all over TV being pushed hard as like one of their B-level stars. And if you're not going to be able to see that when you go to the show live, what's the point? I kind of feel like they probably could have went to one of those Torreons, which would have been a really cool atmosphere. But AEW right now, I'm not sure if they would even want to do that. I mean, I think it'd be cool to do one of those bull ring fights for bull ring arenas for the next show that they'd ever want to do there, as opposed to doing Arena Mexico.
Coliseo? Why not do Coliseo?
It's smaller. It fits their whole. It fits their whole setting. Like that. Well, their guys are over in Coliseo.
Wait a second. ROH has run Coliseo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was great.
The card with Bandito and Dorado on top, that fucking card was fucking awesome. And the atmosphere is great. So yeah,
one of the matches of the year for me.
I mean, I think part, if you look at the TV, and again, I've been watching AEW TV, but like not as like a lot of hours in the day, but like I haven't watched that much. But they have been pushing Rush and Andrade really strongly. Again, there are other reasons why you're pushing Andrade, because Andrade really is one of the top talents right now. But I do think they're pushing. They're probably pushing them in line with the fact that they know they're going to Mexico, and they probably are saving Rush and Andrade to come in for that show because they know it's going to be a big deal, right? And I think that's probably what's going on. And really, kind of, if you do a heel stable built around like Rush, Andrade, and I guess you could take Dralistico and call him Místico Negro or something, and you could do that and do a big program in where they're coming in as big old heels. Although Andrade as a heel is very, at this point, it's very hard to get people to boo Andrade, right?
Absolutely.
Even when working with like a straight up babyface, like he is over. Like I'm just curious who's gonna Japan already, like New Japan already put a belt on him, but I'm like curious who's gonna be the first one to put a top belt on him. I mean he's over on that level, right? It's interesting. I do think they are kind of looking like they are going to bring those guys in, but they are waiting for the right moment to do it, right?
I think Andrade will be working in Rosario, is my guess. He'll probably debut around September. Oh, yes, around that era, and then set something up for Adversario. I think and I do think you can draw.
Yeah. So, I said at the top that we're doing a review of Fantasticamania. So, let's talk about some of the matches that we like there. I really one of the matches that really stood out to me was, I really love that Sky team, Mascara, Dorada, and Neon teaming up with Templario to take on Unbound Company, Robbie X, Taiji Shimori, and Titan. Robbie X has been having a tremendous year. That best of the Super Junior run for him, he was one of the best performers this year. And of course, Taiji Ishimori, when he goes to Arena Mexico, he turns back the clock, and I am I don't know what happens to Ishimori, but when he goes to Mexico, he just becomes like 2007, and his knees are back and everything is back. I really love that match. It was so high flying, spectacular. I you have this combination of people, and you cannot have a bad match. I also really I really like, because I'm a huge fan of Dick Togo, Kai Entai forever, and Sonata, on his comeback run has been phenomenal. The match with Takeshita at Dominion was incredible for what it was, like the comeback match, and he's still working with one arm, and he comes over here to Arena Mexico, and him and Dick Togo decide to put their working shoes on. And Dick Togo, outside of New Japan, is phenomenal as always. They had a really, really, really hard-hitting, good match here. Really brawling style match with Los Hermanos Chavez, which I think a lot of the Chavez criticism this year has been, they've been sort of like in their formula, because they don't work like your typical like lucha match. They're more of a slower, bigger heavyweight style, and I thought these two teams played really well off each other. Dick Togo as a Rudo is always going to be great
people
fun.
Don't like it.
I'm not sure why people don't. No, people online don't like it. People in the arena go crazy for them. People online are like, these two are just lazy. What's the point of watching them?
I really enjoy them. I think they have had my third favorite year out of any tag team in CMLL.
Essentially they're working. So they're working like the what is it? The Los oh God, what's the name of the junior tag? Not Los Espantos, the La Calaveras. They're La Calaveras.
Yeah.
So they're working Calaveras. They've been working. I've seen them work with Jan. They're working these flyers, right? So they're working these flyer tags, and they're the big bruising tag that does that, and it works. I mean, like, it's not like they can't fly, but they're essentially their job is to be big Rudo bases, right? And they do a really good job at it.
Yeah,
right?
They're the bruiser and the crusher. That's what they are. The Mexican bruiser and crusher.
The bruiser and the crusher. Bruiser and the crusher. And they're just going around and it works. That's kind of the style. You got to have somebody who works like that. And it's a great fit for what they're trying to do, because they, you got the face on top, and you got the heel tag who's like kind of ruling the division, and then you got like the junior, essentially the junior face tags that are chasing them. Who are who are getting the other belts, but not being able to get over. I don't like. It's like,
this is my ADHD like running around. I really do. I really think that the way they worked this match was to their benefit, because they're, of course, in Arena Mexico. They're facing off with foreigners. They're going to be the faces here. Japan right now is having a pretty good run. They're in Mexico. It's a pretty fun time right now for the World Cup. Just amazing synergy to have this while Japan is in Mexico for the World Cup. Amazing synergy there. I really also, they had the women's title match. That was, of course, Sonata and Dick Togo were facing Los Hermanos Chavez for the CMLL World Tag Team titles. Chavez won.
Togo outside of CMLL he needs to work like this outside of New Japan.
Dude,
he needs to work like this in New Japan.
He's working like this in DDT, man. He had this match in DDT that was
phenomenal
we
like a
saw
couple months back.
Togo. I mean, Togo. Gotta remember, he's more office than a worker at this point. When he works the proto shows, he's fucking great. Because he works like Guerrero and Panther do, where like essentially, I mean, like the old school kind of like heel, but he's working like a comedy heel essentially in New Japan, right? Because of Stupid House, right? And that's kind of what they want, I guess. I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily going to hold now because again, Dick Togo's a good worker. Dick Togo's a guy who like, we're watching him and we're doing the Super Junior thing and we're seeing Dick Togo, like, he's good.
He's been good for like 30 years, man. 36 years. He's been great to me. I love Dick Togo.
I think the House of Torture could be a really great faction if it was just Kanemaru, Togo, and Yujiro.
Hey, I like Tokyo Face, man. Yujiro is so underrated. One of my favorite things about these shows is there's a lot of like young talent, and I'll talk about the show opener. And the show opener is Los Viajeros de Espacio. That's Futuro, Max Star, Valiente Jr. Valiente Jr. also really showed out in the Best of Super Junior. And Futuro also showed out in the Fantasticamania tour. They went up against Los Demonios Samurais, Okumura, Shomakato, who's really, really, oh man, Shomakato's really blossomed lately. His first couple months in CMLL were rough, but he's kind of figured it out now.
Not a natural widow.
Yeah, he's kind of figured it out now, and I think it's because, he's hanging out with former soccer player turned pro wrestler, Yutani. Guys, can I talk about Yutani? Yutani,
of course.
Has there ever been a guy who got it right away, who didn't have to be patient and wait for his time? This guy goes on the scene, and oh man, by
the way, what is the plan with Yutani? Like, is he? He's listed as an indie. Is he an indie right now?
Yeah, he's freelance.
Jesus Christ, how is this guy not under contract?
I have no idea, man.
He's like, I mean, he's not like the most.
Yeah, he's not the most impressive in ring, but in Lucha Libre, in ring is not the. That's not like the most.
You know why we love Yutani? You know who trained him?
What's up?
It's Flamita Bandido in Phoenix.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
that's why
he's a
golden guy. He's a golden gun guy, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. I was like,
right.
I was like, oh shit, man.
Hey.
How's this guy get this guy get him on the contract, right?
Oh man, Sanshiro Takagi, Sanshiro-san, Takagi-san, please. I know, like wherever you put this guy in Noah, in DDT, or in New Japan. Takagi-san, this is a guy right here.
Well, I mean, like, I know wasn't there a rumor that they were thinking about maybe giving him the tiger mask? I think I heard something about that, right?
Wow. Shomakato?
No, Yutani.
I thought it was the rumor I always heard was Shoma, was always Kato. So they were pairing him and Tiger Mask together on the undercards for like the last 8-9 months.
Yeah, Shomakato, like, again, like, there's these guys who are working this show, like, they really should be brought back. Like, yeah, both these guys really kind of are, like, really good. Both these guys should be on the contract. I mean, like, given how bad that current, like, junior division is, particularly for New Japan, like, dude, I'm watching these guys.
Oh, man.
It's like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Like, he's also, like, he's very handsome. He's a good worker. He has a great look. He kind of works the style really well. It's like, I don't get it. Like, I really don't get it.
Oh man, I think that what we have here is going to be one of the best. One of these guys who's gonna actually break out from this. You had Doki also come from the Lucha Indies and to become like your junior champion. Yutani is definitely he has so much more star potential. Sorry, he's an Ikemen, okay? He's definitely an Ikemen. He definitely has as we say in the wrestling circles, on-screen charisma. And speaking of on-screen charisma, India Sui successfully defended her CMLL Women's title, her CMLL Japan title against Rina. Rina is somebody. Man, did you guys see her in the 5-Star Grand Prix?
Yeah.
Bunnie, tell people about Rina.
She is a 8-year veteran. I would like to start with that sentence first. She's also 19.
Oh yeah, the Rasi Ogawa,
So the thing with Rina is she is one of the best workers going right now. Let's start right there. She is one of the best workers going right now. Let me pull up the right one on Cage Match. Sorry. Nori changed her name to Rina, and now it makes it a pain in the ass to find them. Rina is 19 years old, debuted in 2018. She recently challenged Konami for the white belt in a genuinely one of my favorite matches on the year so far. It was such an emotional match. And
hey, sorry, Bunnie. I'm introducing my pare here, mi amigo, in España. What's up, Justin? Right now we're talking Fantasticamania, and our friend Bunnie here. Bunnie is talking about Rina right now because Rina had that match with Fantasticamania against India Sui. I really like that match, but go ahead, Bunnie. Go ahead. Sorry.
And then she followed it up with the 5-Star Grand Prix. She should have won the 5-Star Grand Prix. She should have won it. She lost to her sister in the final in a fantastic final. Leading up to the final, there was a Sayaka. Wait, let me double check who I am. That I'm thinking of the right matches. That was a Cinderella. That wasn't the 5-Star. That was a Cinderella.
The Cinderella. But she's just tremendous.
Utterly fantastic heel. To say, it's very rare. Stop me if I'm wrong when I say this. It feels very rare for a young wrestler to be better as a heel.
In Joshi, it's pretty rare because they're trained to be like happy, poppy, basics basically when they're starting that first 6 months, but she sort of figured it out really quick. Justin, what kind of takes do you have on Rina?
Rina is one of the best wrestlers I've seen, given her age. So, what I really enjoy about her is that, I don't know, she kind of gives me a little bit of, a mix of, early dump Matsumoto, but also, a mix of Dick Togo together, And, aside from that, her skills are very good. Sadly, I wasn't a fan when she was still with Jungle Kill, no, not Jungle Kill, Tokyo Cyber Squad. I only got to know her more when she was already in Oedo Tai. So, but I really like what I've been seeing for the past 2 years.
Absolutely. So India Sui defends her CMLL Japan title against Rina successfully. Really good match. I know some people aren't really that high on India Sui. I like her. This match was pretty fun. It was short and fun,
I know they're just pretty fine worker. India Sui's just fine.
She's all right. Were you able to watch Fantasticamania, Justin?
Unfortunately, no. Because but otherwise, I really need to watch it.
Yeah. I'm gonna recommend this match because I think that formerly of the Don Callis family, Konosuke Takeshita and Hechicero faced off against the Guerreros, Gran Guerrero, Ultimo Guerrero. Really great work there. Hard hitting. It's exactly the kind of match you expect these four to have. I really like Gran Guerrero. Gran Guerrero sort of just gets kind of forgotten about because, he's the same size and build and style as Hechicero. And Hechicero is Hechicero. But this match is exactly the kind of action that you'd want in that sort of match. And finally, that brings us to the main event. Tiger Mask. Tiger Mask gets that whole ceremony It's Tiger Mask last year. So we got Tiger Mask teaming up with Blue Panther back in the Blue Panther mask because kitties are gonna be teaming up with other kitties. And Mystico in the Tiger Mask cosplay, which is also awesome. I love that.
I'm gonna say that the one thing that made my eyebrows raise on that is, come on, Mystico, why did you fucking need to win with La Mystical though?
Yeah.
Like the end of the match, like if you watch the end of the match is a pin by it's a double pin. It's like a pin and La Mystica. So Tiger Mask has a pin, Mystico has it in La Mystica, and they do 1, 2. Aubrey stops because it's Aubrey like working the match, looks and then calls a submission instead of like counting the 3. Which I'm like, why did Mystico have to? It's his retirement match.
He could have
count to 3, man. Count to 3, Mystico. You don't need to win that one. Come on, man.
Mystico, it should have been a double pin. He could have done like one of those Hurricane Ranas.
No. Mystico should have let go. Mystico should have let go of the submission and let Tiger Mask have the pin, right?
Yeah.
God damn it, man.
You're right. Oye,
chico. Coño. Respeta al veterano. You know, come on, man. It's a retirement match. Let the guy go. You don't need Mystico. You do not need the double pin in that. You don't need to get the rub on that. What are we doing?
Just do the dive to the outside. You know, he could have just let go of the Mystica. Yeah, you're right.
Just let go of the submission.
That's
let
Mystical,
Tiger Mask
man.
get the win.
Hey, it's Mystical, man. He has to get the glory, man. It's Mystical. Well,
God.
You know, he's got to get the glory. That's what his role is, man. So
one thing I'm going to mention, which I mentioned before, it is kind of funny. It is kind of cool that they CML really seems to like Aubrey a lot because she was like
she's one of the best referees in the company, honestly.
Well, no, but I mean, the first match she worked on this card was the Sonata Togo versus Hermanos Chavez match, which is essentially a CML versus New Japan match. Japanese speakers versus Spanish speakers, and Aubrey got to work that match, and men. So that was kind of like, so it tells you that they really like her if they're giving her that match, right?
Aubrey also does speak Spanish. I just want to say that. Also, Togo also speaks very good Spanish. Just want to say that. Also, you know, our friend Justin here, all the way from Spain. Man, how's your Spanish getting, man? I know you're international.
Enough to get by when I'm on on dating apps.
Justin, where are you at? Where are you at right now? Where are you sitting?
I'm in Madrid, and I just came from work, but right now I'm outside of I'm in a random patio with a swimming pool next to me.
Hey man,
which part? That building looks. I've been in Madrid a lot, so that building looks familiar. I'm looking at the bus stop. I'm like, is he close to the big park?
Arturo? No. This time, no. I'm in a different spot.
Okay. Yeah, great city. I love that city. Right. Go get some churros con chocolates later or something.
Oh man, that sounds great. Anong nangyari, pare?
Yeah.
I'm actually looking to go to culinary school. One of the ones I'm looking at is in Madrid.
Hey. Madrid, one of my favorite cities in the world. I love Madrid and I love Barcelona. Barcelona is awesome too.
Give me a shout when you guys are in Madrid, man.
Hey man, definitely gonna do that, buddy. That's definitely something I'm gonna do. Of course, let me introduce Justin here. Justin, of course, he is a cultural Filipino, but he's Chinese, Canto, Neho. I also, Justin's also been on the show. He's one of the guys that I've called a lot of Michinoku Pro with. Good friend. You should read his articles on pro wrestling. He writes a lot. One of the friends of the show, Corey, and him did an article on Michinoku Driver 2B. I am always going to be a Kaientai guy forever, man. Always good to have you here. We're talking of the partnerships for New Japan and CMLL. For your take on it, because you're a longtime wrestling fan, we're just kind of seeing how this partnership for them that goes back to 2009. Thank you for correcting me earlier, Bunnie. Has been really beneficial for both of these companies over the years, especially right now with this sellout of Fantasticamania being one of the many sellouts of Fantasticamania they had over the years. So they got doing great enough business that they want to do Lucha Kingdom in November
What is your take on this partnership with CMLL and New Japan?
It's for me, it's what I would call like a quintessential partnership in terms of like scale. Because like if you would compare it to like what we have now with with AEW, New Japan and AEW, like there's some sort of like everyone's noticed it. Like there's some sort of like discrepancy. Everyone's been complaining about it. They're like, oh, like a lot of our wrestlers go to AEW, or like there's been a little bit of disdain within both like fan bases. Whereas in CMLL, you could see that like they're both give and take. Just because I think that like both their, I'm gonna talk a little bit about the business side. Both of their liaisons have been like coordinating really well. The exchanges have been like equal. You would see like some New Japan guy like Shomakato who's on his excursion. We haven't seen anyone in AEW in an excursion from Japan who's doing an excursion in AEW. So like certain things like these, you know, like for me, why I'm framing it like this is because like when Japan did Wrestle Dynasty last year, who did all the promotion? It was all New Japan. They
Yeah.
AEW did maybe for like a segment or two, but there wasn't like, you know, a proper digital strategy on it. Whereas when you talk about CMLL Fantasticamania and like New Japan, they've been like, you know, coordinating like, oh, ticket sales are on this date, and both promotions have been promoting it early on. So like it's such a far cry from what we're seeing right now with AEW, which I wish would be better. Probably because is Rocky involved in CMLL, or
I
is Rocky
believe
involved in?
so.
Yeah.
I believe
Okay,
that
so I
Rocky
think
is involved.
yeah, he's doing a better job in CMLL versus like AEW and New Japan, man.
Yeah. Rocky is, of course, you know, Rocky is one of the most powerful people in pro wrestling right now. I think we were saying this like off the air, Arturo, but like I definitely think Rocky has a case for the Hall of Fame.
I mean, I think we need to have like we have a conversation around him. I don't think he's worthy of getting in, but he should be on the ballot at some point because I do think it's important work that he's kind of done on both sides. I do think I was actually like, now that we're mentioning weirdness, one of the interesting things I noticed was like Fantasticamania last year was billed as AEW, New Japan, and CMLL, and this year it's billed purely just New Japan and CMLL, even though there's AEW talent prominently on the show. There is some, effectively, there is some strangeness around that, and we can get into the whole business of how it's going to do. But I do think that, like, there's a big, there's a very weird kind of vibe with that. I will say that, like, my personal theory on this is that, like, it may be with the office that's currently there, and I'm not sure that the office that's currently, I'm speaking of the New Japan office, I don't think the New Japan office, as it's currently constituted, is going to be the New Japan office, like, next year, right? And there's already movement in the direction where I think, essentially what I think for New Japan is there's a lot of the Noah guys, Noah Dojo guys who are, like, Cyberfight guys are on the Ascendants. Some of the friends of the podcast are on the Ascendants.
I don't think Dedo makes it to the end of the year in charge of New Japan's
Well, I
business.
mean, no, I mean that's not the way that. I mean, like the way that works is that like he has a job for life, but he's not going to be the primary. Like you can kind of tell who's in the Ascendants, and it's kind of funny. The guys who are working, it's funny because the guys who are working the Forbidden Door show are all guys that are like ex Noah Dojo guys or guys who are
hey, what's
like
up, Junjun? What's up, Junjun?
Ex-DDT aces, like Takeshita, or like there's a lot of guys like it is kind of funny in the Ascendants who kind of you can kind of tell who like that office, the new office for Cyberfight New Japan is going to be kind of like prioritizing. It's a really interesting kind of. I think some of the weirdness is because I think we have an outgoing office and an incoming office, and you can kind of tell that they're kind of like. I really do suspect that it's going to move to be a much more. It's gonna. You can tell. You can if you look at history, you can tell who the guys who are actually in charge of Cyberfight like within the New Japan organization, right? Mm-hmm. It always kills me like when we were having the conversation initially when that thing was when they bought out. they're like, oh no, they're like New Japan is still going to have the independent office, or like TV Asahi is going to set up their own office. And I'm like, that's not the way like Japanese like cross corporations work, right? Like Abima and TV Asahi and Cyber Agent have been working together as kind of like a cross promotional stock. Like they've been working together, and now that they're pulling this stuff together, they're going to consolidate vendors. They're going to consolidate the office, and they're going to put the people who are kind of have their trust and are products of their system kind of on top. And again, we know who TV Asahi likes. We know who Noah likes. We know who DDT likes, right? And so you start like looking at that stuff and you're like, well, you can kind of see that. And you see that from the guys who they're booking on top on these shows that are not completely directly controlled by, again, I'm going to call them the outgoing office, right? I think the office in like Japan is they're going to handle everything in a very kind of conservative way, right? Like, again, Gato's not going to, like, Gato will probably have a job in New Japan as long as he wants it, but it may be one of these jobs where he has an office, he doesn't have any say in anything, right? Because that's kind of the way.
I think he ran his course as a creative mind.
Yes.
So it's just time to move on from him.
Right. I mean, I think guys who, who are going to be on the ascendancy. It is funny that some of the guys who we think are the ascendancy in terms of creative are guys who are active workers, which is kind of like a really kind of interesting thing for that. But again, like I think it's a very kind of like weird place. I'm really kind of curious to see. I'm really curious to see from a New Japan perspective who's going to work on top in this US show, this next upcoming US show, right? Because it's the G1 show, but I'm assuming they're going to have. Like, if I had to guess right now, it might be Zack versus Tsuji, right? So Zack beats Kenny, but like, it doesn't make sense for Zack to beat Kenny at Forbidden Door, right? If you are working towards so who's working? So what are we doing? Like, who's working for the title on top in the Chicago show? I think is going to be kind of a tell on kind of what they see, because I do actually also kind of think that like, does Tsuji hold all the way to Wrestle Kingdom? Like, are they gonna like frown? I kind of my initial thought for them was that he was going to get his big win at this Wrestle Kingdom show in 2027, Tsuji, I mean, because he didn't get it in 2026 because Tanahashi was working his retirement match on top, which would fit the Gato booking. But like, okay, but now Gato really
by the way, Arturo. So New Japan did announce the G1 Climax cards for Chicago. So I'm gonna talk about this right now. One of the matches announced, of course, a rematch from Wrestle Kingdom. This probably is going to be the main event of the night. My prediction: it's Yota Tsuji versus Konosuke Takeshita. That's
okay, but is that a G1 match or a title match?
That's a G1 match. We also have on the card Hiroki Goto versus Sanada. Shingo Takagi versus Jake Lee. What? Wait, Jake Lee is going to Chicago?
He's in the G1. He's in the G1.
By the way, I was on Abima today, right? I was on Abima. I was looking at wrestling offerings on Abima, and you know who's being prominently featured in the like the title cards for the Noah events? Jake Lee.
Oh, Jake Lee.
Yeah. Jake Lee.
Oh,
Jake
man.
Lee was getting the headshots in the Abima feed.
He's
going.
going.
I don't know if that's predictive, but like it does kind of indicate that like they think highly of like at least we know that they think highly of Jay Lee. I don't think that it means they're going to push him, but like but yeah, I mean,
they're trying to sell this card out, man. So whether it's Shota versus Zack as the main or Takeshita versus Tsuji, it's really going to tell us a lot more. I had no idea that Jake Lee was coming to Chicago. Holy shit!
Let me throw something to the group. So, what do you guys think about Takeshita wins the G1 and then beats Tsuji at Wrestle Kingdom?
Holy, man!
Because we know. Here's the thing: we know Cyberfight loves Takeshita.
And TV Asahi, both of them love. The reason that Takeshita won the IWGP belt was because of the pushing of TV Asahi to put him in that position.
But he's still really like this is the guy who's still taking the New Japan belt to work like DDT pay-per-views and always still shows up for the big pay-per-views for the office. So
Yeah.
He
Pardon
has
me
allies. Go ahead.
to interrupt real quick. I have to head out. Sorry, something just came up
No
that I
worries.
have to deal with.
Yeah, follow Justin on Blue Sky and on Twitter. I have his, and then also there'll be his website. It'll all be in the episode description. Thank you for coming, Justin.
No, it's
love having you, Potter.
It's Bunnie. It's Bunnie who's stepping out.
No, I'm staying.
I'm jumping out. Bunnie's stepping out.
Oh, Bunnie. Oh, okay. Bunnie, thank you for coming here for the CMLL review. And your knowledge on lucha is awesome. Definitely looking forward to have you on here. Maybe we watch some Trio Fantasia matches. Maybe we'll definitely watch that Rey Mysterio Tijuana match when you come on next. Definitely, man.
Awesome. Yeah.
Sorry. Don't mean I'm not non-gender. That's a non-gender man. I say man a lot, but
no worries.
Bunnie's pronouns are it's it. So as my favorite and Phil Schneider's favorite ice cream sandwich is it's it. Thank you for coming, Bunnie.
Have a good day. Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Bye.
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 So the team, what do you guys think about like that twist on like basically run the main event or run the IWGP from 2026 back, but Takeshita goes
as the main event.
Right, as the main, but Takeshita. So instead of Tsuji getting the big win, Takeshita gets the big win.
Storyline wise, for me, like I wouldn't know where that would go. But then again, who would? Because like it's not Bushiroad taking control anymore after June 30. Yeah. But like lately, we've been seeing on social media that like Yoda's been like on the news talking about like how he doesn't want to defend the IWGP outside of within AEW because it's Forbidden Door. But at the same time, like even Tokyo Sports have been like featuring that, and even on Japanese Twitter, there has been like a lot of like chatter about it. That's why like what's his name, Shota Umino said something. So like I feel like Yota would defend. Yota would have a successful defense versus Takeshita, no matter how much they like Takeshita.
Well, I mean, it is kind of, again, I think that like the key for this is who do we think they're going to push, right? And I think that like there's interesting things like Takeshita was talking about the whole worldwide tournament thing he put on his Twitter where he's like the whole thing where like they would have like an FA style tournament with like different wrestlers. I don't know if that's something that's being pushed by the office. And it is kind of, so effectively, so people understand this whole thing. The way this works is, so TV Asahi and Abima and Cyber Agent are all kind of they're in a partnership in a way, right? Like they so the big moneymaker for TV Asahi has been Abima, which is owned by the majority stockholder is Cyber Agent. And Cyber Agent. So effectively, like this is all kind of, and they did a big push for content, kind of a bit like Netflix, and now they're trying to own all this IP and put that on top. So the reason they're buying New Japan is to have more IP that they own that they can put on that to generate that. And this is why this whole thing's coming on. But like objectively, what's going to happen is TV Asahi is not going to create a cost center. They're going to just like, it's a partnership. Their partner is going to run that side of the business like they have some of the other stuff. So the expectation for me is like Cyberfight and Cyber Agent and Cyberfight will run the division. And my take is like my take from the beginning, and it's like, and we've heard things that kind of confirm this, that the guys who have the confidence of the cyber, like, so the people in New Japan who've worked closely with the All Together initiative, that have shown up for like DDT shows, that have shown up for Noah shows, that are always handy, have the cross promotion, have the relationships, because that's the way Japan works, I think are the guys who are going to be on the ascendancy, right? And effectively my question is going to be is, like, initially, my thought as the next Wrestle Kingdom was going to be Yoroshibi coordination, but I do think the cards are lining up where, like they might use it to, like, have a coordination for the next guy, and this is why I was like, hey, maybe they are going to, like, they like Takeshita. Maybe they figure they can afford Takeshita. It isn't necessarily going to be him. I'm just kind of interested if the role for Tsuji is going to be not the guy who's getting coordinated, but the guy who's coordinating, like, basically become kind of the distaff, the kind of the guy who's working against them. And it does kind of put like a twist on that. Like I'm kind of interested to see how this G1's going to get booked in terms of who gets pushed, right?
I might have to buy tickets to Chicago, man. I never thought I'd see Jake Lee work America because you guys know all about the whole North Korean like passport thing. I am stunned. I'm stunned about this card that they announced today.
But again, as I said, I was going on a beam to kind of get a feel for what they're pushing, and like Jake Lee is featured on the stuff that they're pushing, and so they again like we know that the office, the Slidified office likes Jake Lee,
Arturo,
and we know that they like it. It is kind of interesting that good.
If you're seeing him like okay, I'm on the Beam website now, like he's all over the promotional material, and if they did that for him, no wonder he changed his mind and finally got the real Japanese passport. Holy shit! We were talking about we were making picks for the G1 this week, right? And my friend of the show, Kaz Wheeler of Didn't Get All Over Japan, and Jeremy Feinstein both had. I think they both had Jake Lee in their one of the semifinalist positions and the top of the three semifinalist positions.
I think it.
Holy shit!
Sight unseen, if I'm guessing. At the semifinal, and I haven't looked at the draw. I haven't looked at the card yet. I actually finished last year. I finished top 5 in the G1 pick'em bracket, right?
Yeah.
So but this year, like my take I haven't looked at the brackets. I haven't looked at how it's like, but I'm gonna be thinking top 4: Tsuji in some order: Tsuji, Takeshita, Jake Lee, and Sak.
Oh.
These are like without looking.
That makes sense.
The guys be like. These are the guys because again, like you've got the former junior ace of Noah in Zach. You got the former ace of DDT in Takeshita. You've got the former Noah champion in Jake Lee, and you've got Tsuji, who is the guy the Reiwa guys who they've been pushing as the top guys. So if I had to guess in terms of how they're going to book, these are the 4 guys I would think that the office is going to book as the top guys. And I do think that it is interesting to me, right, that one of the things you have to think about is the way these things work in Japan is slow. So I do think that the seeds of all this are back when they were doing the All United Now 2 years ago, with which if you think about it, everything on that has kind of been leading up to this. And if you think about the guys they brought in and the guys they've been pushing, and I do think the tension has been between whatever the new office is going to be, right? Mm-hmm. And whatever the old office was going to be, and you were seeing this is why you would see how they would have these stop and start going. I do think one of the more interesting pieces is I do think Shota Umino probably started as the guy that the old office was pushing that has kind of moved on to. I think everything we hear about Shota is that Shota is a guy who's well liked now because people think that, I don't know if this is open secret, but they talk about him helping book the tag division. And he's been a guy who apparently has a good creative mind. And so he is a guy that maybe has transitioned from being a guy who's being pushed by the old regime to a guy that the new regime kind of likes too, right? Shota's a guy who I do think that Alpha Ray he may be on a lower level, but I do think that the office really likes him. Maybe not necessarily as the top tippy top tier guy, but they do like him as a guy, right? Which is progress from where he was really a couple years ago, right?
My additional take on this is I do agree that the top 4 will be very instrumental, especially during the semifinals, because as you were mentioning, top guys during their respective periods, like Zach, Jake Lee, as Noah champions, don't forget that being acquired by Cyber Agent and TB Asahi, New Japan will now have access to big data analytics from Abima. That means that they are going to test the metrics for each of these people. And they might even decide who'll win based on those metrics.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. If I go into TV Abima and they're featuring Jake Lee, it's I was stunned. I was let me go see what you go TV Abima, you go wrestling, and the title cards are showing Jake Lee on top. And I'm why are you showing Jake Lee on top? And oh, wait a second. And I need to go see if the DDT shows are doing the same thing with Takeshita too. And it is kind of so interesting to see. Yeah, so I do think that I think that they're very much going to be in flux and they're going to figure it out. And I think right now I'm not sure of who's going to. So I do think they're going to crown somebody.
Arturo. Who's a guy that definitely Cyber Agent loves? Keiji Muto, right? Keiji Muto. Who is a Keiji Muto guy? Jake Lee. Think about it.
Yeah, it's like, are you implying that the joke? There's a jokey thing. You know how like they talk about there's like an individual stockholder that owns the balance, like a big part of the balance of the New Japan stock, and we were joking that like it was Keiji Muto, right? That like
could it be that Keiji Muto
could it be Muto? Well, I mean, again, like. He would make sense as a guy who's like a former ace who could like. This is just me kind of joking and making speculation, but I do think that like he definitely is influential in the Cyber Fight office, and you can kind of see who are the guys who have continued to work and have good relationships with the Cyber Fight office. And if you think about who's being booked on top and kind of where that's going, it does kind of fit with the pattern. Like I mean, they can always do the twist where like maybe they have Will if Ospreay is going to be available, maybe they have Ospreay win and be the main at like Wrestle Kingdom. I think that is a harder get because I do think that like it doesn't make a lot of sense for Tony to let New Japan have Will when I do think his plan is to put the belt on Will at some point soon. So it does kind of like, but again, we don't know. I mean, like I think that right now this is a very interesting period because I do think like when I'm going into picking the brackets for the G1, I mentioned the 4 names I'm going to be thinking they're going to be pushing, and that's like who else? Like I mentioned those 4 names. So Jake Lee, Tsuji, Takeshita, and Zack. Who else would the group think that they might push in the G1?
Well, I definitely think there's
selfishly speaking, Taichi.
Oh yeah, I mean, sorry about that. Taichi didn't make the G1. He lost to Yuto Ice.
If I had to think of a twist,
I
got my 5th one. So wait, so are Oiwa and Yuto Ice in the same bracket?
I think so, yeah. Because Oscar and Aaron Wolf would be in B block.
Okay, so if Oiwa and Yuto Ice are in the same bracket, I would probably say that Oiwa and Yuto Ice will have a match on the last day, and that match will be kind of an elimination for getting into like just knowing how they book the stuff. I would imagine that might be the draw on the last day because they have been building Oiwa and Yuto Ice for a while, right? And we know that the office likes Yuto Ice, and we know that the Cyber Fight office loves Oiwa, right? So I do think like Oiwa was close last year, and I actually would have pushed him through last year. He's the other guy I would say like if there's someone I think could break into that 4 that I talked about, Oiwa and Yuto Ice are the 2 guys that maybe kind of like break all that. But again, I think it's gonna be interesting because I do think it depends on the metrics. Like if they love Jake Lee, then Jake Lee makes it in, right? But if they think, you know what, we're gonna go with Oiwa, Oiwa's the guy who they obviously love. And talking about the Abima metrics, when he was a young boy in Noah, they were on Abima and they were pushing the shit out of Oiwa, right? Which tells me that
N1.
Yeah, he was in N1.
This tells me that they think that Oiwa is a guy who moves numbers on the streaming service, right? So I think Oiwa is a guy who I think
doing a lot of main events for them. That's also
they think that the metrics suggest that the metrics for Oiwa are extremely good, right? I think they don't know. And again, the Takeshita TV Asahi, we know Asahi and he loves them, and they would always bring him back for shows, which again also suggests that the metrics on Takeshita are great. And we know that they like Zack needs to push him. He has them. I mean, they have brought him back for shows too. Again, suggests that this is a guy that they think moves numbers. So
definitely. Yeah, I mean, they wanted to put the TV title on him so that he would get the YouTube views based off the AEW partnership.
Yeah,
I do think that's why they put the TV title on him. I don't think anybody's really had this discussion on New Japan in this sort of viewpoint because people that we talk to all the time and said it's just nothing's going to change, everything's set in stone already. Just don't think about it.
That makes no sense because So again, who owns it? It's TV Asahi, right?
And
Cyber Agent, and it is specifically so they're equal partners. But who's running Abema? Cyber Agent is running Abema, right? And Abema makes them a shit ton of money. More than I was reading an article basically says that Abema's making more money than TV Tokyo, right? So they think Abema is the cash cow, and they TV Asahi trusts Cyber Agent to run Abema. So why the fuck if Cyber Agent is trusted to run Abema, which is what's making TV Asahi a shit ton of money, and they're trusted to run their fighter properties, why the hell would they set up a new thing or just let Cyberfight run it? And again, we start thinking about so Cyberfight and Abema, and to your point, they're going to look at the metrics, they're going to put that on. They're going to see what moves the numbers on. This is why Abema had a deal with WWE, and then it didn't work because WWE wasn't moving shit on streaming.
No buys.
No buys. So
Noah was being used to prop up WWE because Noah does numbers on Abema. Mm-hmm. That's what people kind of misunderstand. Noah was being used to prop up WWE.
Right, and I think the end goal, because again they ran the New Japan shows on TV Asahi, and I think where this is going is they're going to run all this New Japan stuff through Abema. I think that's where they're going, right? And they're going to want to have that, and they want to see if it draws eyeballs. And they're going to work as I was joking. They're going to, we're going to get Tiger Mask horse girls, right? Because the horse girls is the big video game for Cyber Agent. But again, the point being that the way this is going to work is they're going to put it on. They're going to push the quantities that the numbers are telling them to push, right? We can kind of guess who they think right now are proven quantities, right?
Justin, who are your picks for semifinals for New Japan? Because I have in my head, I have Tsuji, I have Takeshita, I have Zach, and I have Aaron. I think I put Aaron Wolf in there. I think that's my.
I really love Aaron Wolf, but my top four would probably be Sanada. Sanada, just because based on entrance alone, I'm not saying this as a fan, but the amount of budget they give to him when it comes to these entrances have been insane.
Justin.
Doesn't he have a couple of the broadcast records? I think Sanada has a couple of the broadcast records.
A million buys for him and Evil for the title match. A million viewers, I think, for Abema. And Justin, who trained Sanada?
I forgot.
Who is his big mentor? Keiji Muto.
Oh, voila! There you go. So,
so you got Sanada. Who are your other three?
Sanada, Takeshita, Tsuji. He's not my pick, but predictably speaking, I would also choose Tsuji. But if I had the choice, it would have to be Goto.
Goto. Okay. That's A block. How about for B block? Yeah.
All right. For B block, it would have to be Zach as well. Umino, just because he's been getting a lot of traction on social media. I'm just not sure how it'll translate in Cyber Agent / Abema strategy pushing.
Yeah. I think as I said, I think Umino's a guy who's. Okay, his star is not as high as it was, but I do think his star is much higher than it was a year ago, right? So I do think looking at this, I'm looking at the card I need so who the play-ins are what? Yoshihashi and who?
Yoshihashi already had lost to Aaron Wolf.
Aaron Wolf.
So it's Wolf, and then Oscar is gonna face off with it's Oscar and ELP, I think, for the other play-in. And then
I would probably
no, Oscar and Yujiro. So sorry, Oscar and Yujiro. So that's also obviously Oscar's gonna beat Yujiro, and then it's ELP and Oiwa, who that'd be nuts for having ELP to go over Oiwa. ELP has sort of been being played down a bit recently in in New Japan. So real interesting to see where he goes. Also, ELP and Barbaro Cavinario had a pretty decent match. With ELP winning with a dick punch. So, brutal stuff from ELP lately. I do think
So do
that
we?
this.
So do we think Suji will advance out of A block?
No. I mean, I think he might advance, but I don't think he's winning. I think he's there to lose to the guy who's going to win.
Mm-hmm.
Not win, but he's going to lose to a guy who's going to be in the semis, and then that guy who beats him is going to be one of the challengers. Because I do think that the winner of the G1 this year, he's going to keep that until Wrestle Kingdom. And I don't know if they're going to do the defenses with that, but I think they're going to make the champion work to get to Wrestle Kingdom as opposed to the winner of the G1.
Looking at the start. So, wait, did Yudo Ice win last night or lose?
Yeah. Yudo Ice beat Taichi.
He won.
Okay.
Yeah, and then Aaron Wolf beat Yoshihashi. I predict that Yoiwa will beat ELP and Oscar will beat Yujiro because for the first time in a long time, this is an all-killer, no-filler 2 blocks for G1 with the worst workers in either block is going to be like Great O'Khan. And if Great O'Khan...
Jake is going to be the worst worker probably. I like Great
Yeah,
O'Khan.
Jake when he chooses to work, can work. I'm really interested in the Jake Lee Sonata match. Not just because those are my two guys, but I'm really interested in see how that works. And then I'm really interested to see, one of the big matches that I really want to see is Takeshita versus Oiwa again, which I think is going to be better than last time. Oleg is also going to be having a pretty good G1 this year. He was great last year. I can't wait to see Oiwa and Takeshita link up again. They've had 3 matches so far, and each one has been like a banger. This G1 is I'm looking forward to the G1. I haven't looked forward to a lot of things in New Japan, but the G1 is something that I am really excited for because you really see the change over from last year. You see guys that they're going with this new direction of guys where the old talents they have on there are only Shingo Takagi and Goto. And if those are your 2 old guys, well, then sign me up, if Goto and Takagi are your old guys.
Okay, so here's the question. So, Suji Takeshita, right, which is happening in the G1 in Chicago.
Yeah.
I'm assuming whoever loses is going to end up having to do the chase till the last day, right?
Yeah.
So which way are they going to go with that?
I honestly think Takeshita's winning that match.
I feel like if Takeshita, if you're gonna belt up Takeshita at some point, then Takeshita has to lose in Chicago.
Maybe.
Because you don't want to do Takeshita beating Suji yet. You want Takeshita to lose, and then you want to use the tournament to babyface him. And I think given the office and the way they treat him, having him chase till the last day and go over on the last day is the most logical kind of play. Particularly if you think that he's going to if he's going to win and go over, then that's kind of makes the story of essentially that means Suji basically advances clear, right? And then everybody's chasing the second place, right? That may be kind of the play they're going to do. Again, this is assuming that Suji is going to go over and win. This is the scenario where Suji goes over and win. I really would like to see how they're laying out these matches to get a feel for because, I guess it could be Sonata. How healthy is Sonata right now for working singles?
He looked good.
He looked good in the Hermanos Chavez match. He looked good in the match with Takeshita. The G1 is a real test of where you're at, physically, because these matches go hard.
Who's he working on? Just I think on the first night he's going to be working. Sorry, guys. Sorry about that. So on the first night he's actually.
Yeah, I need to get the full tournament thing because the thing I'm kind of wondering is if I'm laying this out, I'd probably have Sonata Suji last night of the tournament.
Possibly.
And then Takeshita.
Oh yeah, he's working Goto in Chicago. That's kind of the last main eventer from the previous generation going at it, which I think is pretty cool. You get 2 former IWGP champions
in a big match there for the G1 in Chicago.
Yeah, I think if this plays out the way I think, I'm gonna pick Tsuji to win. I'm gonna pick Sonata to win. But this is I would like to see the entire like the way I like when I pick this tournament, I want to see the entire tournament and figure out what's like the way you the way I kind of like pick it is I'm thinking, okay, so how do I make which is the main on each night, right? You have to like think about
Arturo, I'm gonna throw this out there because we were talking about this guy a little bit earlier. If Tsuji wins, you know who he could call out to face at Wrestle Kingdom? Cabron. He could call out Naito.
Yeah, he can call out Naito. Which is, again, but is that a match? But here's the thing. Like, is Tsuji a guy that, like, the Office is going to put over that big?
I don't know right now. We don't know right now.
But not anymore.
But no, like maybe.
Yeah.
The answer is maybe because
maybe.
To Justin's point earlier is like until they get the metrics on him, right? Like that's going to determine how strongly they push him, and I think he's kind of like the continuity champion at this point, and maybe that's a guy who they get behind. But again, like I was gonna say, the way I kind of like think about this tournament is I got to think about the entire like matches and go night to night and think about, okay, so how does night 10 look, right? In terms of like the story. And like ideally I think Takeshita doing a chase, if you're gonna push him as a babyface, makes sense. And then but if that's the case, then essentially I have to give Tsuji a high stakes match on the last night where it's like he might lose, right? And maybe that's Sonata. And I really would like to see exactly how this plays out once we have the brackets. And I don't think we've learned anything from them other than they pushed, which I liked. I mean, they pushed Callum a little bit to set him up, and obviously gave him the belt. Actually, more than a little bit. I don't think we learned if he was the commodity or not yet. The work was good. And we still don't know exactly where they are. I'm really kind of interested in that. Like I don't know. But again, like I do think it is interesting. The guys who are like getting pushed in the other places are what we said, like guys who we think that the new office would trust, right? How that's going to play out for the G1 is going to be really interesting. Like I could figure out how Gato would book this G1. I don't know that's. I don't think that's how this D1 is going to be booked, right? I don't think the Gato kind of like.
That's
Adrenaline rush now. Adrenaline rush now. Adrenaline rush now. Adrenaline rush now.
Hey, we're gonna cross the line here